Ladies and gentlemen, your champion. And it's double Dutch delight. With an absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
Andy, tops.
Game
That is
shot
glorious.
on the sixth leg. Game
And they don't
shot.
stumble again.
To leave double 16 to wrap it up. Belgium looking to get one back. And Barton
Game
finds a
shot
double
on the
12.
fifth leg.
Farion single to double here. But he has got a shot.
Game
And that's a shot he takes.
First opportunity to win it. Double 12
Game
for David
shot.
Meunier to win it for his
And the
nation.
match.
The responsibility
Game
falls on double
shot.
4 and he's up
And
to
the
the
match.
task. And listen
To
what it
Ireland.
means to the Joker. So it's the second day of Group A here at International Pairs 3. Three teams are tied at the top on 6 points. So this really could be a moving day on this Tuesday. Welcome along to the action. We're live here on Pluto TV. Good morning, welcome along. It's the Belgians that lead the way following the first day's play here at the International Pairs. The defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, they're the chasers as far as this group is concerned. A concerted effort required from John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan on this Tuesday morning. All the action is going to be watched in the company of the former World Cup runner-up, Paul the Asset Nicholson. And it's fair to say, as far as day one is concerned, it was a case of players and teams just kind of working out one another, working out their teammates, working out maybe some of the bits about pairs play which you maybe take for granted when you're playing in the singles discipline.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. I think it's what we expected to see from Monday. People just feeling the stage out and the rhythms of playing pairs, because like we've heard from some other players this morning off the record, they said it took them a little bit of time to just figure out how to play every 4 turns or possibly every 3, depending on if you've got the throw. But now that they have those rhythms with one day in the bank, we'd expect a little bit more from these teams today, I think.
It's the Belgians that lead the way following the first day's worth of play. Now, 3 teams are tied on 6 points. In fact, Belgium are top due to alphabetical order. As you can see, 6 points plus 4, 18 legs won for both of those nations. But actually, when you break the day down yesterday and you look at the levels of performance across 5 games, they were the best team.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. When it came to Andy Barton's, it was him that was doing the flashy stuff. He was the one who was taking out the shots that we will remember for Monday, like a 160, 101, and he did those shots back to back. Usually what we do is we attribute those kind of shots, sometimes done in a very odd manner by Brian Roman, but he was willing to go down the textbook angle and to figure out how to leave Andy those shots. And if you look at the average for the day, best performance of the day, Belgium were right at the forefront of that, and I would expect them to make the biggest move today.
And they're at the top in terms of the betting. Now, 3 teams tied on 6 points, remember, following the first day's worth of play. So the Belgians at 15-8, Scotland at 2-1, the Northern Irish pair, Neil Duff and Richard McKee at 12-5, and they did miss an opportunity yesterday to make it on to 8 points.
They did, but I think they will learn a lot about each other. They haven't played alongside each other for a while. They played in the first international pairs, not in the second, but now that they're back in the third iteration of this tournament, I think they'll have a bit of chemistry for the next couple of days. So they're quite dangerous at 12-5 for me.
In terms of the Welsh pair, Kurt Parry and Richard Burnett, we're going to see him in the first game against Belgium in a couple of moments' time. Started well, but tailed off towards the end.
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating for them. We saw the comical side of the Welsh pair yesterday when they played the Belgians in game 15. But after that, it became very serious very quickly, and they weren't able to live with the Belgian pair. I maybe think that this pair wants to succeed here a little too much. maybe they need to relax and just let their form sing. But you can tell from Richie and Kurt's point of view that they might need a few days to find their best stuff.
It is 18 plus and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Let's get into the action then. Wales take on Belgium in the opening game of the session. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the Belgian pair of Andy Bartons and Brian Roman. Brian, Andy, top of the table for the first day's worth of play. I get the sense that you worked really hard for those points yesterday.
Yeah, of course. They're all good teams, but the second, third and fourth match we are good, so confidence is good.
I remember I spoke to you a few weeks ago and I asked what was the chemistry going to be like between you and Andy. You said you played a lot of pairs of each other. You should be able to pick things up rather quickly. Did it feel like that yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. We lost our first game to Kenya because they had a very good game. But straight away when we were walking back to the practice room, we talked to each other and said, it's nothing happening. It's just we play well. It's just not clicking at the moment. But when it clicks, we will be dangerous.
What is it about the dynamic between you two that seemingly works so well, Andy?
Yeah, Brian is a good friend of mine. He plays very good. His counting is excellent. That's the match, I think. We play good. We see you further in tournament.
And I get the sense, actually, having that teammates just it's kind of brought another side out of you, Brian. Is that fair to say?
Definitely. I can't do the flashy things anymore. I just have to do the textbook things. But sometimes that's good as well because I get to drift away with things that I'm doing. So now it's just a normal week and see what it brings.
And for you guys, actually, when you look at CVs, this is probably one of the strongest players we've got here. You've won a World Championship. You've both been WDF #1 in the past. So you guys must feel as if we can play anywhere near our best, we're going to be right in with a shout come the end of the week to lift that trophy.
Yeah, of course. I said it, we are a strong team. The other teams are also strong, but I think we are one of the favorites for the title, I think.
Right, go well, guys. Wish you all the best. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the brilliant Belgians looking to kick on this Tuesday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. They take on Wales to kick things off, and hopefully it'll be a better game than the meeting between the pair yesterday. Belgium won 4-2. Wales won a leg in 39 darts in that contest. Belgium would then go on to win 3 in a row in 39 exactly. That was how chaotic and shambolic that game was at times yesterday. Brian Roman, the 29-year-old from Antwerp, twice a weekly runner-up here in the past. Kurt Parry and Richard Burnett have twice made the final representing Wales in this tournament. They are one of the strongest pairings we've ever had in this competition. As for Andy Bartons, a former world champion at the Lakeside back in 2023, former WDF world #1. Both the Belgian pair have been at the top of the WDF summit. And that man also won at the Lakeside all the way back in 1995. The Prince of Wales, Richie Burnett. Forever enigmatic, forever animated. He's like a box of chocolates. You never know what's going to happen next. Nick Rolls is in charge of the action once again, a man who's refereed many a final at the Lakeside, many a big final over the course of the last couple of decades. He's going to be in charge, and we are about to get underway in the United Kingdom and across the world on Pluto TV. Don't forget, if you haven't already, download the Pluto TV app on your smartphone and smart device. There he is, Nick Rolls, the man in the middle, and the man next to me, somebody who knows exactly what it's like to make it through to a final in a World Pairs tournament. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is with me on this Tuesday morning. Morning, Nico.
It's a very nice morning here on the south coast of England.
First leg, it's Belgium to throw first.
And for these pairs,
Game
they'll
on.
be hoping it's a very fruitful 5 games over the course of our day.
79.
All 4 players on the hockey here have got something in common when it comes to this place. They have all
60.
been a runner-up in a Modus Super Series week. None of them have been a victor yet.
100.
You could say they're all bridesmaids. However, there's an incredible opportunity this week to change that.
I think you're a bit harsh calling Andy Bartons a bridesman when you consider the final he lost the guy who played him average 118.
68.
I get that. But in this place, we could say the same about Steve Beaton when he comes here on Thursday with Fallon Sherrick for Team England. He has been a runner-up here
55.
more than once. However, he is a world champion.
60.
But Steve Beaton this week is playing with a winner. Fallon is the current Women's Week champion. And we don't have to wait too long for our first max. That comes from the enigmatic joker that is known as the Riddler.
Who gave us a few
43.
decent nuggets of information
Belgium
this
require
morning. We'll come to that
87.
in the next leg as Barton's looks at 87. Plenty of time from here to wrap up leg 1. 78 left, treble 18. Unable to get, but we'll leave things rather handy for
47.
Brian when he comes back.
Yeah, this is a really good start from Belgium. And Wales have to follow suit.
140. Belgium require 40.
Tops it is.
Game
And that
shot
is
on
how
the
you
first
start your
leg
day.
to Belgium.
That shows that Tuesday, standard-wise, could indeed be better than Monday.
Second leg, it's Wales to throw first.
Now, following that
Game on.
interview we had with Team Belgium this morning, Brian and Man cornered both me and Nico for a little bit of a chat.
140.
And he basically wanted to explain the team dynamic as to why Andy Barnes is throwing first and Brian's throwing second. Because we did ask 1 or 2 questions as to why that would be the approach.
180.
Well, if you start off like that, then it's rather simplistic. But there's actually a very, very smart reason as to why they do. Because Brian's the sharper counter of the pair,
59.
after 3 visits, they should be in a position where they should be setting themselves up or be around an outshot to finish. And so Brian being the stronger counter means that they'll never leave themselves a bogey, or in
40.
theory, should never leave themselves a bogey, which is why they throw in the rotational order in which they do.
126.
I'll give Brian his credit. In that regard, he's smarter than I am.
85.
Any pairs partner I've had in the past, we didn't think about it that way. We just assumed that we had the counting ability to make sure that the next player was set
81.
up preferably. But Andy and Brian have identified that Brian is better in that department, so they're more likely to be left on
60.
finishes
Wales
via
require
his
95.
work than Andy's, which is very proactive.
55. Belgium require 136.
Well, Barnes not going to find the 136, and so Burnett's going to come back, looking at double top to level this game up at 1
Wales
apiece.
require 40.
Could be a carbon copy of the first leg. That portion of double 10 yesterday was
Game
found more
shot
than
on
once.
the second leg to Wales.
And that one was pause for effect. And Wales take the second leg, and
Third
Richie's
leg,
already
it's Belgium
dancing.
to throw first.
Well,
game on.
Us two here in the comms box, we had to kind of have a little bit of a glance in on our monitor just to double check it was in. It was right on that
60.
corner of that double 10 bed. For a second, it looked as if it was just grazing the outside. And we've spoken about this in the past. It's the most horrible angle for a referee having a look at double 10 if it's
138.
quite close to the wire, because you don't know if it's in or out. And obviously the referee can't have a look in case it puts the other player, puts the player off, and they're going for a
59.
dart double. We had an incident here 3 years ago where Colin Osborne had hit double 10 to win a leg. The referee couldn't see the double 10 was in. Colin threw another dart into the single 10. However,
121.
because he hit the double 10 by the rule book, the leg was fully completed, and so as a consequence, no harm was done.
100.
Phil Taylor used to do that a lot, didn't he? If he won a set before an advert
85.
break and he hit double 16, say with dart 2, he used to thump one in the board.
Yeah, we have seen that in the past.
134.
I've seen it from James Wade
Wales
as well.
require 157.
Shots on for Burnett. That one's not in, Richie, I'm afraid. Andy Barnes has got options here. He could
97.
use the 18s or indeed
Belgium
the treble
require
20. Depends what he'd
148.
like to leave. Stay there. Unfortunate. Not to nestle next to it to have a shot at double 14.
81. Wales require 60.
This is a
Game
good start
shot
for
on the
Wales.
third leg to Wales.
They've broken the Belgium throw, and considering their average yesterday for
Fourth
the
leg, it's
day
Wales to throw first.
was a good 4 and a bit
Game on.
points less than anybody else. maybe in that regard they've got a bit of catching up to do. And they're doing a rather good job of it here.
140.
But we couldn't have had a tighter day points-wise. Someone has to make a move today. It's a question of who could it be, and how has he done that?
180.
Holy smokes. How good a 180 was that?
You could have put that in a polo min and still had spare room.
Well, that's the best 180 we've seen this week, and I think that might be the best one we will see.
Well, you mentioned the doubling. Let's put it right. It was woeful yesterday. Throughout the session, there was, between all 6 teams, listen to this.
140.
There was 326 doubling attempts yesterday. 326 darts at double, of which only 92 was hit.
Wales require 136.
That's 28% for the session.
Yeah, I would say that's at least 5% down on the norm. Maybe even 6%.
45.
I'm very confident that the teams will do better than
Belgium
that today.
require 124.
Shots on. 54. And the ball. And
Game
Roman is
shot
doing
on the fourth
very
leg
good things
to
already.
Belgium.
And this is a tight fixture, just like it was in our first game
Fifth
yesterday.
leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
Just when it looked as if Wales were beginning to take full advantage, Belgium with their trademark ton plus checkouts.
100.
They were the big hitters in terms of the big checkouts yesterday. 3-ton toppers, a 101, a 160 and a 114 throughout the course of Monday's session. And they kick things off for 1-2-4 here and beginning to break the back of Wales, having broken back in the previous leg.
Yeah, Wales didn't have a ton plus checkout yesterday. In fact, their best checkout was only 75.
45.
You're going to have days where that's perfectly okay because your power scoring was there. But that wasn't the case for Wales.
140.
There's a good pace about this fixture, and there's a lot more serious nature about it as opposed to yesterday. Because at this stage yesterday, they'd been through that 39 dart leg. It was also very,
89.
very comedic at times, but very much business head-on for the Belgians right here.
I get the sense that Brian said to Andy after that, we got away with one.
Belgium required
Stephen
32.
Gerrard-esque, do not let it slip. We know what happened to him that day. 88.
Game shot
And
the
it goes
fifth leg
3-2 Belgium lead.
This is a fantastic performance.
Sixth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Richie and Kurt from Wales have lifted their levels in this match, but it hasn't been good enough to take the lead after 5 because Belgium knocking on the door of a 99 average. It might even get better.
Highest average you've ever seen here is an average of 105 by the Dutch pair of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Troep. That came in the first edition of the tournament. The Belgians coming on in this vein, they won't be too far behind. 4 180s in this game, average just under the 102 mark. Everything about this performance
60.
has been brilliant.
There's been a nice rhythm about this performance, but they're no way home and horsed. You never are when Kurt Parry's here because he can do that.
180.
I get the sense that Kurt Parry's going to have to rely on Burnett hitting doubles because he's doing the power scoring, meaning that Burnett's going to get the opportunity
81.
to finish legs off. Teamwork at its ultimate.
66 left. Let's see if he can hit double 18.
63.
That makes things a little trickier for Kurt when he's back at the hockey. Because if he splits 9s,
60.
he's going to have
Wales
to traverse the board.
18. Game shot
That
on the
summed up
sixth
because
leg
it went low
to
towards the double
Wales.
14 bed. It made the target area smaller, but he manages to nestle away
Seventh
into the
and
9s.
final
and
leg. It's Belgium to
just
throw
like
first.
yesterday,
Game
we go
on.
all the way to a last leg decider in the opener. Wales 1-4-3 against the throw against Scotland. They're looking to win against the throw
100.
to kick off day 2.
And I think Belgium will be beside themselves if they lose this match, because
60.
statistically and from a momentary perspective, they've been the better team. But Wales have done a really good job of hanging on here.
But it's what they did
54.
yesterday. 2 games they lost playing well. It's not a good habit to get into, playing well and losing.
60.
Well, look what they're on after 6. A number where a maximum leaves a finish. Do you think that's an accident? I don't.
60.
I think that's part of this Belgian plan.
58.
I think he's going to be disappointed with a ton there, even though it opens up a lead of about 140. That was a big opportunity to widen the gap even more.
Luckily for him, Burnett,
100.
yes, he picks off a trouble with the last, but the power scoring's just not been there. It's been down to Kurt Parry to kind of give this Welsh pair opportunities in this game. But opportunities that may have opened up here, because that's a troublous score.
Do you think Brian would have gone for the 18s there?
85.
Absolutely not.
Belgium require 131.
He would much rather have had 130.
59.
There is a chance for the Welsh to
Wales
pinch this
require
game with a ton plus
138.
checkout, but it's not an easy shot. This one goes down to the wire.
100. Belgium requires 72.
Andy Barton should get a match start. He's going to get 2 at double 6. Now down for double 3.
Game,
and in the double
shot.
3 to get
And
them the
the
fourth
match
leg and to
to
get themselves the
Belgium.
points, which gives them a 2-point gap at the top of the table. Belgium get the better of Wales by 4 legs to 3. A really good performance in the pairing of Bartons and Remand, although they had to ride their coattails a little bit. Burnett and Parry gave as good as they got, but Belgium win the opening rubber on this Tuesday morning. Coming up next, we're going to see Northern Ireland and Scotland go head-to-head. The winner of this game will join Bartons and Remand of Belgium on 8 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Belgium won the opening match of our Tuesday morning session, getting the better of Wales by 4 legs to 3. They moved to the top of the table and on to 8 points. The winner of this game will join them on 8 points as Scotland and Northern Ireland go toe-to-toe. The pairing of Jim McEwen and Scott Campbell for Scotland taking on the Northern Irish pairing of Neil Duff and Richard McKee. Duff, the first ever player from his nation to win a World Championship at the Lakeside in 2022. 6 times a weekly winner here. Missed out on that elusive Champions Week crown on Saturday. Scott Campbell himself, a former weekly winner of numerous Challenge Tour events, and was the WDS Scotland captain, which helped them pick up the British Home Internationals at the weekend in Merthyr Tydfil. Richard McKee making his second appearance for Northern Ireland in this competition. The 35-year-old from Banbridge, who this time last year was an ADC qualifier, unknown, unheralded, but we know very much about his talents and capabilities now. Whilst Jim McEwen has climbed to the summit of this place, a former Super Series champion, the 59-year-old from Mabel has enjoyed some of the best nights of his career here in Portsmouth. The winner of this game on to 8 points and the closest challengers to Belgium in terms of winning this group. What do we expect from this?
I would like to think that we'll get something like we've just seen. A bit of an upping in standard, because that first game between Belgium and Wales was excellent. Now, has Campbell just done something on the board that really did get everybody's attention there?
Yes, that rogue camera shot there was a camera shot of Scott Campbell hitting 3 bullseyes of his final practice darts.
That's a shame, isn't it? Should have saved that for the match.
Yeah, great camera work that. Excellent camage.
Thank you.
Well, my
First
eagle
leg,
eye
it's Northern Ireland
spies
to
on
throw
the
first.
stage
Game on.
what looks like shirt number 2 for Team Northern Ireland. I wonder how many they've got.
Now, I can tell you that I did spend
100.
a little bit of time in the company of Team Northern Ireland yesterday evening, and the last thing Neil said to Richard is make sure you have that shirt today. So they do have a rotating set of shirts to play with
38.
this week. As for Scotland, looks like it's just going to be the one strip over the course of the next 6 days.
That's nice of Neil to just tell him in person instead of opening up the 2026 version
25.
of reminding someone, which is a WhatsApp group.
Oh, God. Nothing worse than a WhatsApp group.
Well, Team Scotland looks like it's going to be the same shirt all week, and why not? Very fetching shirt. I think it
21.
kind of suits Jim. This light. He usually wears a very dark coloured shirt with his Chucky design in it, but I think he looks good in this one.
100.
As for Team Scotland yesterday, they had the best running average of any team, just a shade over 85. But their doubles let them down. Only 27%.
93.
That's going to have to be improved upon. Maybe find somewhere between 8 and 10% today, and that will get them launched up the table at times, I feel.
Well, Jim McEwen's power
125.
scoring was as good as anybody throughout the course of yesterday's play. When that first dart was hitting, 2 more tended to join, and having a little bit of a chat with Jim following the session yesterday, he's not played a lot at all. In fact, he's been
60.
playing next to nothing over the course
Northern
of
Ireland require
2026.
151.
So he was probably as surprised as anybody that yesterday went as well as it did. His Duff looks at the 151, looks at Tots for a superb start.
Game
the perfect
shot
start
on the
for Northern
first leg.
Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Well, how about that for an instant impact? A 151 to win your opening leg of the day.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but it's not their biggest checkout of the week. They had a 156 yesterday, which was the second best checkout of anybody. But that's a very good start, isn't it? Starting as you mean to go on.
131.
Setting the tone. There are so many different ways of putting it. There's no excuse for Neil not to play well today because he's
59.
had 4 days of action in the last 5. And knowing him as we do, Henry, he's not going to be feeling tired today. He's going to be feeling motivated.
In fact, playing the Group B is probably the best for them. They were the best finishers yesterday with Northern Ireland. 39% on the outer ring. 16 hits from 41 attempts. In fact, it's the best finishers from yesterday in Northern Ireland taking on the best scorers from yesterday in Scotland. So it's more of a case of which of the two
58.
imposters is going to meet in the middle the most.
We've gone from one extreme to the other, from fixture 1 to fixture 2 today. You have got, in fixture 1, 4 people that have been a runner-up on this stage.
92.
In this fixture, you got 4 people that have won.
$55.
10 weekly titles I tot up on that stage. 6 for Neil, 2 for Jim, and 1 apiece for Richard and Scott.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Although it's not as good as the game we had on Saturday night when it was Duff versus Coulson. They had 11 between them.
55.
And it was a very good game. Maybe not for Derek Coulson, who missed double 18 for a chance
45.
to progress to the semi-finals. But Duffman played brilliant in that fixture. That kind of stuff, with Richard today, might take them far.
I'm sure Derek Coulson's thinking,
128.
come on, Kurt and Richie, can you not make the final so I can at least have a go and have a stab at this international pairs? He's not a bad player to have
60.
waiting in the wings, let's be fair.
Scotland require
Come
54.
back to that. You might have stumbled upon a very good point. Jim's looking at his favourite double. He had to wait until game 2 yesterday to get a shot at it.
Game shot.
And there's the
second
key
leg
to success. We've
Scotland.
talked about the Belgians. Brian Roman using his numerical skills
Third
to
leg
give
is
them more
Northern Ireland to
opportunities.
throw first. Game on.
I think Scott Campbell's got to get on the tops train with Jim McEwen.
100.
Now, you talk about Wales. If indeed they don't have as successful a week as they have had in the previous 2 tournaments, and they don't make the final,
121.
let's say Coulson gets the nod for the next one. Who would you put with him?
Well, it's an argument. The guy who's literally just made the Champions League final should be going with him in
56.
Steve Green.
That's a solid argument.
If we're going to do it based on performance, then you've got to merit someone that's got through to the biggest game here, which by virtue means that Jack Drayton should be playing for Team England next time.
100.
Have we just opened a can of worms?
I have just opened up a Super Series International Pairs Order of Merit conversation, yes.
40.
I'll just leave that with you then.
It's going to be like the Premier League selection. We're going to open it up earlier and earlier every single year, and nobody will ever be happy with the final selections that are made.
Have you just talked about Premier League selection in April?
58.
Next thing you know, you'll be talking about Christmas.
You're not ready to step in then, Nico?
You'll keep. Oh, that's a good dart
85.
from Richard. He has that ability to get the dart to fly in the air sideways. So even when he blocks that treble 20, he can actually go above it. A bit like Luke Humphries does.
100.
You mentioned that Jim McEwen hasn't been playing much. That means that he's going to benefit from all of the reps he had on Monday, which means he'll feel a lot sharper.
50. Scotland require 122.
4 18s and bull. There's going to be no laying up here. He's going for the bull. He went for it because Duff's already taken out
Northern
a biggie.
Ireland require
Full respect.
170.
Duss had a 151. McKee's not going to have a 170. And so McEwen will return for 25 to get the break and open up a 2-1
41.
lead in this contest.
Scotland require 25.
This fascinates me, this shot. You might think it's normal,
9.
but for someone who spends so
Northern
much time
Ireland
on
require
tops,
129.
usual game plan for people who do that is either 1 double 12 or 5 double 10.
57.
And this is
Scotland
where it
requires
feels like
16.
Scotland's power scoring is really coming up to the boil. because they're being restricted to opportunities where they're going to need to find a treble to give themselves a poke at a double. They're not getting free in hand a lot.
8.
They may only get one in hand here, but they do
Northern
get
Ireland
another
requires
bite. That's the
72.
important thing.
I love it when players eagle-eye the double as if to say, why is that not in? Is this in?
47.
It nearly was. I think Richard
Scotland
will
require
understand that he should have
8.
had something a little bit bigger than the bullseye. Still double 2.
4.
It's one of those legs. It's
Northern
getting
Ireland
longer and
require
longer. Who can
25.
take it? Up steps the Duff man.
Game short and the
And
third
in
leg.
steps the Northern Ireland captain to end a plaguing case of Miss Double-itis. Northern Ireland
Fourth leg
2
is
and up and
Scotland to
halfway
throw
there.
First. Game on.
Do you know what the medicine is for Miss Double-itis? Essence of hedgehog. They're very
41.
spiky. There's a saying in this sport, if you're not well versed in it, that if you're missing doubles, you couldn't hit a barn door with a hedgehog.
180.
Now, no hedgehogs have been harmed in the throwing of stuff towards a board, but if you throw a hedgehog at a board, you're going to hit the double, aren't you? That's where it comes from. These kind of sayings have probably come from the north of England because it's a little bit obscure.
60.
Maybe even Scotland. Yeah, winners of this tournament in the past, the Netherlands and
85.
Ireland. That's not going to sit well with Scotland and England, who do see themselves as the two superpowers of this sport.
45.
Well, Danny Van Tripe's got a new partner this time round because Jimmy Van Schie got his tour card at PDC qualifying school in January. He's going to be
85.
partnered up with somebody that he should know quite well, his twin brother Wesley.
Yeah, Danny's going to be the slower of the two players, which is a bit odd because he's very quick.
But again, that's another team that I think selection-wise is very much up for debate next time
140.
around
Northern
because
Ireland
Jemai Van Den
require
Hiddick, you would think,
151.
is knocking on the door if they don't win again. Well, McKee's not going to take out what Neil Duff did in the opening leg of the contest. All about leaving it as handy
25.
as possible. But the setup play at times for Rich has just been a little bit off, hasn't it?
It's okay on this occasion. Duffman's going to be fancying this 1-2-6. You will not find a dart player
59.
at this level
Northern
who
Ireland
doesn't
require
fancy a 1-2-6.
126.
It's just one of those numbers that you think, I can hit that. But on this occasion, there you see, that reaction. He's expecting to hit that.
62. Scotland require 156.
Well, there's only one way to go for this. 2 treble 20s and double 18. Not to be on this occasion. So McKee looking at 64 to get the Northern Ireland break, which would give them the darts in the next to win this contest and to join Team
100.
Belgium on 8
Northern
points at
Ireland
the top
require
of the
64.
table.
Double 16.
32.
A miss is as
Scotland
good as a
require
mile.
56.
And Campbell's definitely going to be leaving tops here.
Is that a turning point?
36.
Knows the answer. Northern Ireland get a reprieve.
Northern Ireland require 32.
You can see plenty of that. But somehow
score.
he's not found it.
Scotland require 20.
He can't believe he hasn't hit it.
Game short.
Well, Jim
and the
McEwen
fourth
is the
leg
man
to
who keeps his
Scotland.
cool, and this game is back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's
This is
Northern
not
Ireland
a
to throw
classic.
first. Game on. $60.
Well, that's a little bit better.
180.
Scotland have been waiting for that. That's their first one of the day. He knows a thing or two about 180s in this format. We mentioned his 9-dart shootout, where he hit back-to-back maximums. Something that will probably never happen again.
83.
Well, it's fair to say, Nico, that prior to this leg, both teams are at 6s and 7s, but Scotland just trying to wrestle control of this contest to try and do what Northern Ireland couldn't in the previous leg and get the break, which would mean they'd throw for the match in the next.
I thought he was going to get back-to-back maximums again.
85.
Now, these teams want to start with a win
95.
so badly.
Scotland require 153.
And this could have gone so many different ways over the last 10 minutes. But Scotland have their chance. They lost 4-3 to Wales in their first game yesterday. They do not want to get off to a losing start again.
97.
Is this the moment where
45.
Scotland wrestle control of this
Scotland
game?
require
Northern Ireland
56.
misstarts to go 3-1 up in the previous. Jim McEwen used a get-out-of-jail free card. Can Scott Campbell get the break to put him one away? In fact, they got plenty of time because Neil Dust left 166.
46.
See, that's the kind of thing that the Belgians are trying to avoid. It's what every team
60.
should try to avoid.
Scotland require
No point in
10.
leaving a number you can't take out. You can't take out 10. And he does
Game
immediately
shot on
for a
the fifth
3-2
leg
lead.
to
That is
Scotland.
a 16-dart break of throw, and Scotland have the advantage.
And when you consider
Sixth
how
leg, it's
scrappy the
Scotland to
game was
throw
becoming, that
first.
was actually a
Game
really
on.
good leg from the Scottish pair. And now Scott Campbell steps up to the hockey to win this game to put Scotland onto 8 points and joint top of the table. In fact,
55.
if they can win this 4-2, then they will go top of the table by a solitary leg-on-legs difference ahead of the Belgian pair.
60.
Scotland will take on Belgium in game number 4 today. I don't think that's going to have a massive bearing on who tops the table after Tuesday.
81.
But you do get the feeling that possibly, if things keep moving this way, that their fixture tomorrow could be a key one.
I get the sense today is a lot about jostling for position. We'll get a
54.
clearer picture come the end of the day. I don't think anybody's going to streak clear, let's put it that way. It wouldn't surprise me if 2 teams are level on points come the end of play. It wouldn't surprise me if one of that 3 just dropped off a little bit.
82.
But it wouldn't surprise me, say, 2 teams are on 12 points or something along them lines.
You've also got 2 teams here,
100.
based on where these players live, they're not more than 20, 30 minutes from a world-class golf course at any time. Take Jim McEwen, for example. He's 15, 20 minutes away from Turnberry.
100.
There's a very famous story in the late 70s between Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson there. It's one of the most famous Open Championships ever.
60.
Scott Campbell from Aberdeen. Stone's throw away from places like Royal Aberdeen and Trump International. And then you got Mr. Duff, who lives in Switzerland, and he won't be far from Cron-sur-Sierre.
79.
Just snuck in the last one. And so McEwen back for 104 to get this wrapped up.
100.
Good last start there from Neil Duff.
Scotland
they're
require
clinging on, aren't they?
104.
Duff is relying on McKee, keeping them in the game, but Chucky could close it out before then, which he won't. So McKee gets his chance.
56.
The problem Northern Ireland had is it felt
Northern
like one
Ireland
player's
require
blow
127.
hot and cold, but they've done so at different times. They've not really been able to meet in the middle at all. McKee cannot find a treble 19, which would have given him a poke at the ball.
59.
And so Scotland back here looking
Scotland
at
require
48 to
48.
seal a 4-2 win. It would put them to the top of the table by a solitary leg-on-legs difference.
Well, that wasn't part of the plan. Neither was 3 from 17 before this shot, but the accidental
match
double-double
to Scotland.
does indeed get them over the line. And Scotland, they put right what went wrong yesterday. They lost 4-3 to Wales in their opening fixture on Monday. Today, they've taken out Northern Ireland, not in a classic game, but a 4-2 victory does indeed get them off to a winning start.
Welcome back to the international pairs. 12 flags draped on the walls of the live lounge this week. 12 nations competing for the prize and the title of Global King here at the Super Series. The defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, need to get their retention of the trophy off really to a start. They find themselves on 4 points, one of the first day's worth of play. And they take on Kenya, who now are bottom of the league table, represented by David Munya, who made big headlines at the World Championship, beating Mike Dedeker in the first round. John O'Shea from the Republic of Ireland is a former world master back in 2019. As a Peter Wachuri, he played at the recent ADC Global Championship. Didn't quite go to plan. A former weekly finalist here at the Super Series. and hoping to do his nation proud, as is Conor Heenahan, a very proud Irishman, now 27 years of age. Where's that time gone? And I know how much it would mean for him to try and retain this title this week. And for him, it'd probably be some way of kick-starting the new season, the 2026 season, which, if the truth be told, really hasn't got started for Hino. There's been a little bit of a dip in form towards the end of last year into this season. But who knows, maybe a successful week here could well be the fillet of confidence that he needs. Didn't qualify through to Saturday during his regulation week in Series 13. And a warm embrace at the back of the stage there between Peter Venturi and John O'Shea before we get underway. It's all cordial now, but I can tell you now, we are to the serious business. Venturi's going to get us underway. Now, that's a change in the order. Yesterday, David Munya was throwing first for the Kenyan pair, and Conor Heenahan is out to bat for the Republic of Ireland.
66.
Now, this is something that you can change game to game, but once stipulated at the start of the fixture, that's how it must remain for the end of that fixture. But you
124.
can do what these teams are doing, which is try something different at the start of the day. Remains to be seen as to whether they continue to do this.
Yeah, it's different to other tournaments. Say, for example, you play in the
58.
WDF World Cup or the WDF Europe Cup. They all stipulate that once you begin the tournament, you have to start with the same starting partner. You can't actually change it up throughout the whole course of the competition.
59.
As we were gently reminded by courtesy of
40.
Brian Aman when we were chatting to him earlier on this morning. Well, as far as these two are concerned yesterday, for a pair of Munya and Venturi, 80.72 average of the day, 5 180s, 14 out of 52 in terms of their finishing. In fact, they were bottom of the table, but they won more legs than the Republic of Ireland, who also picked up 4 points in the table. Their power scoring was better, 7 180s, only
45.
bettered by the Scottish pair of Scott Campbell and Jim McEwen. But again, missed opportunities came back to cost them dearly. 12 and 45, 26% on the outer ring for
98.
yesterday's session.
Let's face it, Monday averages don't usually cut the mustard. You've got to find that sharpness as the week goes on. That is especially true for Ireland.
100.
What
Ireland
they did
require
yesterday,
128.
it was good enough for Monday, but it will not be good enough for the rest of the week. But the good thing about this format is they've got time to
60.
figure it out.
And time is what Ireland have got in this opening leg to find a break of throw. But the Kenyan pair of David and Peter are able to really get out the traps.
100.
Finds a ton to
Ireland
the
require
Modus
68.
data, but O'Shea looking at 68.
He's looking at 16s.
36.
Not a hot start on the doubles
Kenya require
yet for John,
92.
but it could be for Peter. His finishing yesterday was pretty good.
Game shot on the first
He is a
leg
very good
to
finisher.
Kenya.
Sometimes he might be slightly unorthodox,
Second leg, it's Ireland to throw first.
but it's
Game on.
one of those things that you can't deny him. He might not be the biggest of scorers, but seriously good when it comes to finishing.
122.
We're going to do a little bit of fourth wall breaking here. Now, I had an extended chat with Peter Venturi this morning for a feature which you'll see on the network in the next few
43.
weeks or so. And one of the things we were talking about is where his game's at this present moment in time. He knows that his best level is there to compete
60.
and to compete against anybody. But he knows within himself the next step is probably to find that B game, which can be a little bit more competitive. Because, look, we've got evidence over enough appearances in the
26.
Super Series, across an ADC Global Championship and on the ADG Tour to tell you that when he's good, he's competitive with anybody. He's beaten Charlie Manby with 105 average here in the past.
85.
But when it's a little bit cold, it's a little bit too cold. And that's the thing he's trying to kind of conjoin in the middle a little bit more.
A bit like this.
Yeah, from the 92 checkout to then a single one and a single 5.
11.
Case in point. However, I'm going to say this off the back of something that Wayne Modus said about yours truly a few years ago.
140.
He once said about me, it's not a question of whether he's the best double 16 hitter in the world, it's the fact that he believes he is. That's what he said about me. It's probably the nicest thing Wayne's ever said about my game.
Ireland require 94.
But whether Peter's telling the truth or not, it doesn't matter.
74.
What matters is what he believes and where he believes it will take him. If he believes he's got another level and he's a better player than we have seen so far,
95.
well,
Ireland
that's
require
great
20.
because he believes he's got more to give. Just got to prove it.
Game
That's a nice shot from
in
John.
The second leg
The
to
kind of
Ireland.
shot that gives you a little bit of confidence because it's not a regulation shot.
Third
It's one
leg,
of those
Kenya to
trickier
throw
doubles that you have
first.
to try and
Game on.
negotiate.
In some senses, I get the feeling that Ireland may think this is the best possible game to open up with because they're playing another team
43.
that's a little bit vulnerable following the first day's play.
I want to touch on what you said about Peter again. I want you to give me a player that has spoken about their game in the same way,
119.
who has maybe gone on to do more. Someone who maybe is quite loquacious in their nature and speaks their game up,
57.
but has actually backed it up. Because there's plenty of people out there, especially in this day and age of social media, who believe they're better than they are.
85.
I'm not going to lie about that, but there are people who've spoken their game up and all of a sudden, oh, look what they've done.
69.
It's a bit like Ian Poulter in golf, isn't it? I will deliver a point. He spoke up and he got the point, and then they called him the postman.
140.
But in darting terms, I've never met anybody in this sport who got more from his
43.
own self-confidence than Alex
Ireland
Roy.
require 157.
It was astonishing how much confidence he had in himself. Maybe he didn't get the titles that he thought he would,
59.
but my, oh my, there's no way he got the titles he got without the self-belief that he had.
Although sometimes saying big statements in the media can be a dangerous game, can backfire every now and then.
78. Ireland require 98.
Heenahan with time and space to open up a 2-1 lead. This feels like one-way traffic.
66.
Really good play, that.
Yeah, I love that play. That's keeping your teammate in mind and knowing the situation even before he's gone for the treble 20.
85.
He might be 27 now,
Ireland
but he's
require
playing like a
32.
veteran.
In some senses, he is a veteran, particularly in this building.
You go and tell him that.
No score.
He'd love to be known as a veteran. He'd like to be
Kenya
known as a
require
person who's 2-1 up, but they could be
126.
2-1 down now. His finishing is on the chopping block again, but it might win again.
101. Ireland require 32.
It almost feels as if Peter Achuri single-handedly is keeping Kenya alive by a thread in this game. But
shot
Heenahan
in
finds
the
a
third
double
leg
8 to lead
to
2-1.
Ireland.
David Munya needs
Fourth
to help
leg, it's
his
Ireland to
teammate
throw
a bit more
first.
here because it just
Game on.
feels like Peter's doing all the work right now.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? We know that both Wachuri and Munya are from Nairobi, which is the biggest place in Kenya by a very, very large way, city-wise anyway. We know that John O'Shea's from Cork, which is one of the biggest cities in Ireland. As for Connor,
43.
he's from Roundfort, which is tiny. And I mean really small. So small, in fact, that if you zoom in
60.
on a map of it, there's not much there. But that's probably why it's so lovely.
That's rural Ireland, or as they say in Ireland, the
58.
sticks.
Yeah, he's north of Galway. But you can get there probably within about half an hour. Bit of a trek to Dublin Airport, though, isn't it?
96.
Well, it's a kind of a common currency for players from the Republic of Ireland. I've spoken to Shane McGurk in the past, and he commonly has to traverse a good couple of hours to get to a nearby airport before travelling to
81.
events. Although it is one great big long straight road, apparently.
Yeah, but I bet when a big tournament's over, some people can't
96.
switch off and go to the Connemara region of Ireland and just go and see what the Atlantic Ocean's doing, because Connor can. Why is it some of these dart players who live in these remote areas don't
Ireland require
move? Because they live in such
114.
beautiful areas.
Oh, Ireland is beautiful. Is this going to be beautiful?
94.
Almost stupendous from Hino. But again, look at the amount of time the Irish team are getting. And look again, Peter Achuri is the man who's having to do all the work for this Kenyan side.
100.
Let's face facts.
Ireland
Based on the
require
numbers,
20.
Ireland should not lose this fixture. They didn't yesterday. They won by 4 legs to 2. I think they want more than that today. Keep moving right, John. You're going to get nothing going left. If he hits double 10 from in front of the camera, he's a leprechaun. From there, he's just a genius. Oh,
Game
dart
shot
of the
on the
week.
fourth leg.
Right there,
To
just
Ireland.
case closed. One of the best shots ever hit on the stage. And even John O'Shea, the Joker,
Fifth leg.
is laughing about
to
that
throw
one.
first. Game on.
The Joker's just played his ace card. That was absolutely incredible from John O'Shea. I cannot tell you how difficult that was, and I
58.
cannot tell you how much that was obscured.
John is still smiling, and he's got every right to. That's one of the best darts I've seen this year.
125.
A dart that good that we both went, ooh.
I'd say that's tied for the best dart I've seen this year. With
64.
a treble 20 hit by Ricardo Pietreczko, which went in at 45 degrees. Oh, great shot from John.
$55.
You don't remember every dart you throw, but you remember shots like that.
What I will say about this game is I
100.
think the Irish pair played okay, but I think if they're pushed a bit more, I do actually think they've got a bit more. They've not really had to get out of fifth gear in this contest to win the match.
That's a very good point, in fact, Henry, because yesterday in this
100.
fixture, did you see the Irish pair start to just push the emotions a bit? They knew they needed something extra, and they found it.
60.
They didn't use it early in the schedule because they thought we need to keep something from that perspective in reserve. They don't have to push it here against
60.
Kenya, but they might have to do it against Northern Ireland in game 14 later, which is technically a derby game.
Well, the way the fixtures are panned out, probably pans out perfectly for
55.
the Republic. They take
Ireland
on Wales
require
next, who are also looking a little bit
161.
vulnerable. They could really make some early headway here, and they could win the match right here, right now. But Heenahan is not going to find the 161.
76. Kenya
That was a
require
really good turn until
164.
dart 3. It leaves them exposed a little bit. But Munya is struggling today
44.
in this first game.
Ireland require 85.
May just be a dart of the ball, but a match-winning opportunity here for John O'Shea. 20 leaves, said Bull. Bull for the match. Drops low.
52.
Should have walked about 10 yards to
Kenya
his right and he would
require
have hit it.
120.
Shots on. Can Wachuri keep them in the fixture on tops?
100.
Gave it a
Ireland
decent
require
chance, but this a
33.
match-winning chance, and the responsibility falls to Conor Heenahan. He's going to have two in hand at double eight. This has served him
Game,
so
shot.
well, and
And
it
the
serves
match
him well again.
To Ireland.
And the Republic of Ireland get a 4-1 win over the Kenyan pair with David Munya and Peter Achuri. They move on to 6 points. They've now won each of their last 3 games. They're beginning to get on a bit of a roll here. That's the tail of the tape. It was actually a better performance than perhaps the numbers suggested it was kind of one-way travelling. It just tailed off towards the end as a result. So Ireland win by 4-1. Next up, we're going to see Scotland and Belgium go head-to-head. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's International Pairs Week here at the Live Lounge. We've already seen 3 matches on this Tuesday morning. Wins for teams Belgium, Scotland, and before the break, the Republic of Ireland getting the better Kenya by 4-1. And so next up for us, we're going to see Scotland and Belgium go head-to-head. These two on 8 points. The winner will be the first to 10 in this group and would have an opportunity to begin to stretch away with proceedings. Belgium looked in very tidy nick in their opening game against Wales. Averaged just underneath the 92 mark, 4 180s in that contest, 4 from 7 on their doubles, and a 1-2-4 checkout to boot. For Scotland, they got the better of Northern Ireland 4-2. Wasn't a classic game. It was a match marred by missed doubles. Kind of been the story of the week so far here at the International Pairs. But a win is a win. And the winner with this will move on to 10.
We do say that Tuesday is moving day, Henry, and I can feel that people are already doing that.
74.
We've had wins for Ireland, Scotland, and Belgium. But my biggest concern
140.
is that Wales and Kenya might be cut adrift in the next couple of rounds if they're not careful.
Now, not often do I
60.
say this live on a TV darts broadcast, but I've just had a look at a treat from Fleetwood Town Football Club, who
57.
have invited Jack Drayton, the newly crowned Super Series champion, to a day at Highbury, and there's a picture of him on their social media accounts with a Fleetwood Town scarf. So his story making
41.
headlines around the world.
I don't know what it is about dart players and football grounds at the minute.
100.
If you win something big, it feels like you're naturally going to be invited to the relevant football club. Luke Humphries has paraded the Sid Waddell Trophy at Elland Road, which meant a lot to him. Luke Littler has paraded that trophy at Old Trafford.
108.
Michael Van Gerwen took it to PSV. And Glenn Durrant took his trophy to the Riverside.
The only trophy
44.
they've seen since
Scotland require
2004.
146.
All right, you did that. I was trying to be nice.
Didn't Scott Mitchell take his to the Vitality?
Yeah, he sure did.
106.
And I think it's a nice thing that those players get to do that.
Belgium require 160.
And where would they take the International Pairs Trophy? Where would you take Tops?
Game
That's the second
shot
time he's
in the
done
first
it.
leg to Belgium.
So maybe Belgium, who have got this cracked, just keep leaving him the right number and
Second
he'll
leg,
take it
it's
out.
Belgium to throw first.
When
Game
the
on.
Belgians hit, they hit big. Another ton topper. That's their fifth of the week so far. A second 160 for the
60.
pair. And that second one off the bat of a 1-2-4 in their opening game against Wales. And importantly, a break too.
You and I were sitting next to each other yesterday morning, and we saw that Germany
140.
were the favourites. We're getting a little bit more evidence from Belgium today that
140.
they're going to be a big hitter this week.
Remember we spoke about this last week and I said Belgium have got the capabilities. It was just how the dynamic was going to work. Now, the evidence is the dynamic is working. They are a credible threat.
83.
They are. But how much success have Belgium had in this place?
100.
I mean, let's be realistic. Brian's a finalist in a weekly sense at the Modus Super Series. Andy admittedly lost his final to Luke Littler. And it was a performance that goes down in infamy.
58.
But other countries have had better success here than them. Maybe Pairs is better suited
96.
to that country.
However, the argument is Team Germany went off the favourites. Pau Correa and Daniel Klose have done next to nothing in this building. If we're going to play devil's advocate.
No, absolutely right. Krona, absolutely nothing yet. I expect him to do
40.
something here by the end of the year.
Belgium require 105.
Daniel Klose has won a Group A. He's been to a Saturday night.
And he was looking for another.
45.
Yeah, I think if you were going to make an animated character for that man there known as the Beast, you call him Andy Handy. Because he's very, very good. Dart players don't mind if you drop a flight or a piece of equipment as long as you hold your hand up and apologise on the way back.
140.
That's the etiquette.
Belgium require 60.
So the Belgians got that perfect. Just like this.
40.
Just like that could have been.
Scotland require
Almost felt a little bit too quick there from Brian. This certainly won't be rushed. Oh,
20.
they are two darts kissing the wire, but kissing
Belgium
the wrong
require
side.
20.
And so Barton's returns to the target. McEwen's just missed. And again, he grazes the wire. But he
Game
manages to
shot in the
nestle away
second leg
through.
to
And
Belgium.
Belgium are 2-0 to the goods, halfway towards opening up a 2-point gap at the top
Third
of the
leg, it's
table.
Scotland to throw
And to
first.
quote the late,
Game
great
on.
John Virgo, is there a gap? There's always a gap.
$41.
Spend enough time in London here in the UK, you'll have to mind the gap. That's only if you're on the Tube, which is in the capital.
140.
No such thing here on the south coast of England, in Portsmouth.
Lucky to get a train.
Well, a lot of people watching from around the world might not know that Portsmouth, UK is an island. So every time the dart players come here, they're effectively marooned a little bit.
140.
You could call it Desert
96.
Island darts. It's not like a desert, though. There's a lot of people in Portsmouth.
The most densely populated city in the UK. There's your fun fact of the day.
123.
First thing you told me when I moved here, Henry.
Hasn't changed.
If anything, there's more people here because more dart players come to Portsmouth than any city in the UK on a regular basis. Even more than Wigan and Milton Keynes.
177.
So much so that
Belgium
people
require
actually know
170.
what is on in this town. I'm seeing which dart players are in North End of Portsmouth.
94.
So Scotland can get off the mark here in this fixture. And they should.
He's the only left-hander in the world who hates double 10.
Is he going to pull off a John O'Shea? Apparently so.
Game shot and the third
That's
leg
not
to
as hard as the
Scotland.
O'Shea shot, but that was not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination.
Fourth leg, it's
Well,
Belgium
it's
to throw
offered
first.
Scotland a
Game on.
glimmer of hope in this contest. And for the Belgian pair of Barnes and Roman, the break they got in the opening leg of this contest has to be cashed in here if they're going to keep a hold of their advantage in the contest. And kicking off 140 on throw.
60.
Has forced Scotland into something tangible, and Scott Campbell's not up to the task. And so Belgium have a bit of wriggle room here to open up a two-leg gap in this
57.
contest.
Andy's 37 now. Andy Barnes.
81.
He's approaching that point of his career where he might be at a crossroads as to what he wants to do in the future, because his 2 years on the PDC Pro Tour did not go to
140.
plan. He was vastly successful in the year before that. So I'll be really curious to see what he does at the start of 2027.
180.
And it might depend on what happens
Belgium
between
require
now and the end of the
164.
year.
92.
The Belgians are beginning to make their move. This is some contest, just like it was yesterday. This was some game on Monday. Belgium won it 4-3. Both teams averaging in the mid-90s. There's a couple of darts missed at a double between the pair.
Yeah, this was the best game.
140. Belgium requires 72.
And it looks like it's delivering once again.
Game
And
shot.
Barnes
and the
doesn't
fourth
need
leg
double
to
three this time on
Belgium.
a 72 checkout. 3-1 lead. And this is pretty much a carbon
Fifth
copy of
leg, it's
yesterday.
Scotland to throw first.
High quality
Game on.
affair. But just going back to Randy Barton's and those couple of years he had on tour, he went over to the PDC as the WDF World Champion, as their number one, as their best player, and by a mile, if the truth be told. I just wonder whether because of the tag he had
45.
at the time, there was an extra weight of expectation, extra weight of pressure on his shoulders, and maybe at that particular moment in time, he was unable to really deal with that heightened attention that he had as he
180.
piled in a max here. And you're seeing something similar actually from Jimmy Van Schie at this present moment in time, where he has a target on his back himself, having done
82.
exactly the same thing as Andy Barton's, finishing as WDF World number one and then winning the World Championship at Lakeside. And he's had moments on the PDC Tour, but maybe not the kick on we expected.
140.
I think you've got to manage your expectations a bit. You're not going to go into that field and dominate immediately. It
80.
It doesn't happen on a regular basis. It might happen once a generation. At most, once every 10 years. Will someone
60.
bulldoze their way up the rankings like Rob Cross did? Or Luke Littler or Mervyn King? But this Belgian pair, it just feels like they've got more in the tank.
121.
And they've got more synchronicity than anybody in this group.
121.
They're beginning to boss this group.
85.
And the worrying thing, they're getting better.
They are. I'm very surprised that Roman didn't go for the bull there. He was very comfortable in going for that 45.
Because Andy Barnes likes double 18.
83.
Sometimes you've got to go
Belgium
against your
require
own grain to
36.
aid your teammate. As the beast from the east looks at double 18, now across the double 9 to open up a 2-point gap.
27.
3 match darts missed.
Scotland require 90.
Double 15. Do not split. This time you got to hit.
Game shot on the fifth
Somebody
leg
followed
to
the script.
Scotland.
I'm a poet, I don't know it.
Sixth leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
I've seen 3-1 leads
85.
overturned already this week. Belgium don't want to be the latest victims of a comeback. That's the scoring power pack from this game. Belgium just finding way more in terms of the power scoring. 2 more 2 treble turns, 4 more 1 treble turns. And so they're constantly
91.
getting themselves down to something quicker than their Scottish opponents.
140.
We are talking about 2 players from Belgium who have won all over Europe. In the case of Bartons, he's actually won a big title in Australia as well. Won the Australian Open in 2023. Beating Neil Duff in the final by 10 legs to 2.
140.
Whereas McEwen and Campbell, more domestic.
Yeah, Andy Barton's got an
100.
invitation to that tournament. Effectively, it was a wild-card event, wasn't it, on the WDF circuit. Top players from the Order of Merit and the top players from Australia going head-to-head in that tournament.
81.
Don't play that tournament anymore, I don't believe.
Yeah, it was played in Moama, which is right on the Murray River between Victoria and
140.
New South Wales. Echuca Moama is very famous in Australia for water skiing and water sports. Boating, water skiing, that kind of stuff. Lots of trickery.
140.
But
Belgium
darts
require
goes to town there,
36.
and it's extremely popular.
Game shot.
I don't think Barnes
And
is
the
very
match
popular with the
to
Scottish,
Belgium.
however, because he has ended his 2nd game of the day. And he's done it with half the amount of points as the last one, because he took out 72 to beat the Welsh. He's taken out 36 to beat the Scottish. An excellent performance, the best we've seen this week. Yet again, they win by 4 legs to 2 ahead of Wales against Ireland.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Belgium move 2 points clear to the top of the Group A table, courtesy of a 4-2 success against Scotland. Best performance of the week so far. Average of 98.46, a 160 checkout from Andy Barnes. The second time he's taken that finish out this week. For Scotland, it was a good performance. They averaged 95 themselves, but just were caught short against a Belgium side to look as if they have hit top gear on this Tuesday. So to game 5, and a meeting between two sides that are looking to move their way up towards the midway portion of the table, shall I say. Wales against the Republic of Ireland. And for the Republic, they're beginning to get on a bit of a roll. They had a good end to yesterday's play. They've won each of their last 3 games. They win this, they're 4 out of 4. And all of a sudden, they're on 8 points and looking upwards rather than below their shoulder.
Yes, and as scruffy as Wales did play yesterday, they picked up their game a little bit when they were up against the boisterous Belgians in our first game of Tuesday. But it wasn't good enough, their 88 average. But if they
First
play
leg,
like that
it's Wales
again,
to throw first.
they've got an
Game
excellent
on.
chance of winning this fixture, because Ireland, in picking up the victory against Kenya, only just about averaged
60.
79. So what have we learned about Ireland over the last 3 games? Something that we've known about Ireland for probably the last 200 years.
100.
Stick them in a tough spot and they'll get out of it.
$140.
When is the Richie Burnett book going to come out, do you think? Because it has to happen.
125.
It would be a bestseller.
It would, but I can imagine there's some legal loopholes that we'd have to go through for it to be released.
100.
Like anything that involves Richie Burnett may have a trepidation about
I
it.
don't think so. A tell-all book. I think if there's anybody out there who wants to tell his story, then just do it. Because everybody wants to know. We, in fact, here at the Modus Super Series did a bit of a tungsten talk with Richie at one point, and he aired his views about what happened at certain points of his career, and it was my privilege to have spoken to him about that. Known Richie a long time, and there's not one person in the world who hasn't got a Richie Burnett story.
145.
He's going to go down as one of the game's greatest ever characters. He already does.
40. Wales require 56.
I think more than anything, Kurt Parry's trying to keep a straight face when Richie's up to all sorts of shenanigans. Please, but in the first leg
Game
for his
shot
nation.
in the first leg to Wales.
And I get the sense they needed that. They played okay, actually, in their opener against Belgium. It's just under
Second leg, it's Ireland to
89
throw
in that
first.
contest.
Game on.
But they need a win, and they need a win desperately.
They do. They really, really do. There's no better time like the present.
But
the Irish are spirited
80.
in the last 20 hours or so. But you could not wish for
60.
2 more different people playing for a nation than Wales. Because Richie Burnett is like a frog in a sock. And then Kurt Parry is like a
82.
statue that throws darts. Nothing bothers him. He very, very rarely gets annoyed. He's just got this ability to take an emotional hit
81.
and move on. And he's taken a few on this stage.
Yeah, do not mention the Tour Championship to him. Still a very sore
82.
subject. Had numerous match darts to beat Graham Hall in the final. Of course, a couple of legs didn't take.
97.
And Hall in the last leg
Ireland
decided taking
require
out 110 to win the
157.
title.
John O'Shea was trying to raise that 110 to a 157. Now, Burnett is next for Wales. He's going to have to be very aware of where he stands.
67.
If he wants to give Kurt Parry a shot, he might have to bring the 19s into play.
And bring it into play he will.
97.
But then having done everything right, he's done
Ireland
it all wrong
require
again.
90.
And Kurt trying to keep a straight face as Richie blows behind him, trying to punch his face. Double 12.
Game short
1-1.
on the second leg.
It was
to
academic
Ireland.
anyway.
I think that's actually worked out all right for Wales because
Third
that
leg,
way
it's
the lead
Wales
of
to throw
166,
first.
it
Game
didn't
on.
mean anything.
Standard is really beginning to rise.
125.
I know we're only a couple of legs in, but decent numbers from the pair.
You know what I was saying
40.
about the Irish dart players living where they live and they don't move? Well, I only know of one Irish dart player that actually made
95.
the sacrifice of moving to the UK, so it was easier for them to travel to darts events. That was Mick McGowan and his wife Debbie. They moved to the
140.
northwest of England, but they weren't there very long. They wanted to go back to Ireland. They went back to north of Dublin.
60.
But it's the same for Welsh players, isn't it? Think about Johnny Clayton. He lives in Pontyberem, which is south west Wales. Think about having to drive back from Heathrow Airport every time to
40.
there. Why doesn't he move closer to Heathrow, you say? Because he lives in Pontyberem. Richie Burnett has been in the Valleys his entire life. So has Kurt Parry. Why do they not move for the sake of their careers?
100.
Because they love where they live.
And the other thing as well, having spent a bit of time in Ireland, and I know you have over the years as well, is when you're when you're outside the main cities of Dublin and Cork,
57.
everything is a bit of a commute
Wales
from one to
require
another. So actually, they're
121.
kind of used to travelling on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, excellent point. It's the same with Australians, Kiwis,
81.
Americans, Canadians. They don't mind a bit of a jaunt. A 4 or 5 hour drive to some people is just round the corner.
60. Wales
In some
require
places in the
40.
United States, it's an hour and a half just to go to your local supermarket. Burnett is shopping for tops.
Game short and the third leg to Wales.
He measured that out very well, didn't he?
Fourth leg, it's Ireland to throw
Rangefinder,
first.
marker,
Game on.
then the hit.
100.
I used to play darts for Australia, Henry, with a guy called Pee Wee Bottrell. Seriously, named Phil, but we called him Pee Wee.
180.
And he used to do that quite a lot. Amazing dart player. One of the best pairs partners you could ever wish for, especially when we played for
93.
Australia together in the Tri-Nation series against South Africa and New Zealand. Do you know how long it took him to drive from Broken Hill, New South Wales to Shoalhaven Heads for that
42.
Tri-Nations? 13 and a half hours to drive there.
I think the pressing question that everybody has on their minds is why was he
58.
called Pee-wee?
I honestly don't know. I think it's one of those nicknames that he had when he was a kid,
100.
and it just stuck. We just all called him Pee-wee. Tremendous, tremendous guy. And he did the best impression of a kookaburra you've ever heard.
60.
I mean that. Incredible. It was all part of the team. When we won, he would do the kookaburra impression.
137.
Honestly wish I was kidding, but I am absolutely telling you the gospel truth.
$85.
What is the truth here? Because the
Wales
Irish
require
look like they're going to be
42.
stopped. The Welsh are putting it together.
Game short and
This
the
is all
fourth
going
leg
very, very
to
well for Wales, averaging nearly 92. And their doubles are a lot better than they were earlier.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday they weren't great. Today they're a lot better. 3 out of 7 in their first game. And here, 3 out of 7 again.
100. $57.
Well, you feel like this is a much-needed result for Wales if they are to get over the line. They won their first year. It looked as if they were in really good nick, and actually picked up wins against two teams at the
140.
top of the table in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Just dovetailed towards the end of the day, lost out in the last leg, decided to Belgium, but it will certainly feel as if they're back on the board if they can
96.
win this contest.
Yeah, just because Belgium are starting to head this group
100.
doesn't mean that things can't change by the end of the day.
100.
We did say there was
Wales
a possibility
require
of this happening
161.
because Wales statistically played better in their first game than Ireland did, even though the results were different. In defeat, Wales played better
105.
than Ireland. They have used that output very well here and should win this fixture by 3 legs.
45. Wales require 56.
Wales have been able to keep a steady standard just as Ireland have tailed off. This to
Game,
wrap it up
shot,
and to
and
finish
the
it off.
match
And that's
to
a 14-darter to finish off. And Wales are back in the winning enclosure. Their first win in 4, but they now move on to 6 points in the table. And things all of a sudden are looking up for the pair of Parry and Burnett. As for Ireland, their 3-game winning one has come to a close. That a really good performance, averaging 94.5, 4 from 8 on the doubles. There's a lot to be happy with for Burnett and Parry there. Next up is Northern Ireland against Kenya. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw a really good performance from Wales to get back on the winning train. A 4-1 win against the Republic of Ireland. Average in the end just under the 95 mark. 4 from 8 in terms of their finishing. And they move on to 6 points and actually now move up to third place in the league table ahead of a meeting between Northern Ireland and Kenya. A win for the pair of Duff and McKee will see them move on to 8 points, level with Campbell and McEwen of Scotland. Against the Kenyan side too, they're going to need to find an uppage in level, in particular David Munya, if the truth be told. Peter Wachuri played some decent stuff in that game, but maybe the first example this week of a dynamic of a team where one player was
First
on
leg,
it
it's
and one
Northern
player was
Ireland
just
to
a
throw
little bit
first.
off.
Yeah, I
Game
think that's
on.
fair. Wachuri was the better player for the Kenyans in that 4-1 defeat to Ireland. But this is where
83.
Monday just needs to find a little bit more. Interestingly, at the start of this game, Neil Duff is using new barrels. Considering how well he's played with the ones he was using,
49.
I'm really interested in this equipment change. And he's not the only one. So Richard McKee
45.
has gone back to what he started with yesterday with a dual grip dart. It's known as a paradigm dart, where it's got one grip at the top and another one at the
58.
bottom. But look at this. I've not seen Neil use these ones before.
Certainly look fresh out the packet,
90.
don't they? And I just wonder, and we've seen this before from Neil, when sometimes one or two things don't quite go to plan. He'll just tinker with something just to see whether there's a change of result as a consequence.
66.
And I just wonder, has he earmarked this fixture as the one where he wanted to try something? If so, why? Food for thought.
45.
I say we've seen enough of Neil Duff here in the past to suggest that every now and then we might just see something a little bit different. And I think, to be honest, he does
60.
it for himself more than anything. Now, he doesn't do anything without a reason, but sometimes he just needs to change something just to keep the brain engaged.
58.
Well, maybe this is one of the reasons why he goes to a few opens that a lot of domestic dart players don't.
38.
For example, last year he went to the Timisoara International Darts Open in Romania. Now, Timisoara is a town in western Romania,
41.
not that far from the Hungarian border. And with all due respect to a lot of people in Western Europe, who in their right mind goes there? I know that Neil lives in
98.
Switzerland, but
Northern Ireland require
he wants to go to places that
139.
other people wouldn't. He wants to test himself in different ways, and I admire that.
He was telling me yesterday
59.
that last
Kenya
year he
require
boarded
132.
176 flights.
But who's counting?
That's a lot of time in an aeroplane.
44. Northern
Well, this
Ireland
is where you
require
just need
80.
to stay straight. That's a good single. That leaves the bull. Well, that would have been
32.
rather funny.
Kenya require 88.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody take out double 5 bull on 60. Well, this is what Wachuri does. This is what he
Same
does when he
shot on
gets
the first
chances. He
leg
takes
to
them out.
Kenya.
He's beginning to harbour a reputation as one of the best pop
Second leg is
finishers
Kenya
here.
to throw first. Game on.
His combination finishing is up there with Andy Barton's, and he's taken out 2 160s this week. As I mentioned in the previous game, it feels
78.
like at the moment this is Peter Wachuri running the show for the Kenyan side. David's not really been able
60.
to give him much by way of support. As I said earlier, this is sometimes one of the things you have to learn when you play pairs. Is you might be bang up for, you might be banging form, you might be hitting everything, you might be hitting lampshades. But if your
58.
opponent's a little bit off, sometimes you need to bail them out in those moments and then hope that when it's vice versa, they do exactly the same for you.
That's so true. It's the same in team games. It's the same when you play
45.
triples, mixed pairs. If you've got teammates, there are going to be lulls, there are going to be highs. It's all about the collective good. Whereas Munya is not playing very well at the minute.
83.
Peter Wachuri is doing his best to prop him up. And even with little things like that thumb up there, saying, good shot, those little bits of positive
60.
reinforcement can go a long way.
When Gianluigi Donnarumma made that mistake at the Etihad on Sunday, he was thankful for his teammate
60.
Erling Haaland to score a winner to get him out of jail.
$100.
Watch your work here, David.
It doesn't matter anymore. That's
100.
worked out pretty well. If Northern Ireland aren't careful here, they might find themselves maybe having to go back to the original equipment. Because this is
60.
not a good performance from
Can
them
you
at
require
all.
122?
And even Kenya playing subpar have been given joy here. They're not playing great, but they're getting or finding at least something more. And that's mainly down to that man in your picture there, Peter Wachuri.
56.
He's a good finisher, but he's not the greatest counter.
Which is something that he said earlier on. It's the next stage of the development of his game. And he said it's the next stage of development out there is the numerical
Can
side,
you require
which
66?
we've seen in all these developing parts of the world. It's just that one thing that just needs sharpening up on.
Just about. Double 18 for a 2-0 lead against the Northern Irish.
30. Northern Ireland require 40.
Tots of Duff to square up.
Game shot and the
And
second
he'll feel
leg.
as if they've got away
Northern
with one there
Ireland.
because they should be 2-0 down in this contest. But they've got themselves back on terms at one apiece,
Third leg, it's Northern
playing
Ireland to
really
throw
subpar
first.
for their
Game on.
standards.
Was there a memo that went out this morning about white shirts that we didn't get? Because everybody on the stage has got white shirts apart from
135.
our referee Nick Rolls. Maybe it's the start of the Steve Beaton Appreciation Society, which is coming on Thursday for England.
Now, that is a club I very much want to be a
26.
part of.
When we were celebrating the 25th anniversary, I think it was. It might have been the 20th
25.
anniversary of Steve Beaton winning the 1996 World Championship. We had a golf day at Staverton Park in the centre of England, a place called Daventry. And we played a bit of a joke on Steve,
140.
that when he went on the stage and he was due to talk about it, we all had a Steve Beaton mask. And when he was on the stage, he looked out at us and we all put them on.
41.
So there were about 350 Steve Beatons in the crowd.
$59.
You don't see many people wearing white dart shirts these days. It's all about the blacks and yellows and greens. They seem to be the in colours right now.
And the purples.
58.
We came sort of colour coordinated, or at least on the top half anyway.
$85.
That's what he does when he's frustrated. He just knocks that hand in the other palm a little bit as a reminder of, I can do better than that.
It's one of those games where both
46.
teams are in the trenches, and it's just who is able to get themselves out the mire, who can just crawl over the line. It's not going to be pretty, but it's just about finding a way.
How many teams this week are
59.
genuinely going to have more than one set of darts in their case? As in different sets, by the way. You can easily have a replica of the ones you're using, just in case.
140. Kenya require
But
132.
maybe the Northern Irish pair are the only ones.
I'd say Neil Duff, out of the 12 players we see in this group, is the only player that have a different set on him. Channel 19, unable to get And so Northern Ireland, who could have been 2-0 down in this game, have an opportunity to lead it 2-1. And Neil Duff's going to get a couple in hand at double
Northern
top
Ireland
to do
require
exactly
56.
That he is.
16.
You can see what he was trying to do there. He's trying to bump it in. It almost
Kenya
worked.
require 68.
Well, you could see that wire bend. As David comes back for 68 to get the breaker to put Kenya in front again. It's going to have to be 17 and Bull. $17 for the Bull.
43.
Just wide of the mark. McKee's going to get 3 more.
Northern Ireland require 40.
Marker or open bed? Neither.
No score.
That's gone all sorts of wrong.
Kenya require 25.
Double 4.
Game shot
In it
in
goes.
the third leg.
And
to
there's a
Kenya.
break. Kenya leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Kenya to throw first. Game on. Well,
Vachuri kicks off with a max, and maybe that's just the spark.
5 perfect darts in a row for him.
85.
He's the best player on the stage right now, and that's saying something considering there's a Lakeside champion up there.
The first ever WDF World Champion.
And a weekly winner from the Modus Super Series.
100.
And Richard McKee, who beat Ryan Branley in a final. Who had just beaten Boris Kruchma of Croatia, who's... And I say this all the time, and I get...
60.
People at me about this all the time. Boris Kruchma is one of the best dart players that's ever lived. He's won more titles than there are days in the year.
123.
End of argument, really.
46. Kenya require 98.
So there's a 3-1.
The glasses are off for Neil Duff, and the gloves might come off pretty soon. And Vachuri has missed a 2-darter for a change.
82.
However, they seemingly have a savanna of time. There is a river-like gap between this pair, although that
Kenya requires
140 has left
16.
them on the big fish. Double 4. 2-2. Doesn't want to move inside.
12. Northern Ireland
Did you notice
require
how quick that was?
170.
Shots on. That would have been a galvanizer.
134.
But this leg's not over yet.
Kenya require
But maybe
4.
this is falling to the right person.
He's the best player on the stage right now.
Game shot.
And he finds a double 2 that puts Kenya 3-1 in front. He's putting in one heck of a shift today, Peter Vachuri.
Fifth leg.
It's really
is
nice
Northern
to see the
Ireland
fist
to throw
bumps from the
first.
Kenyan pair
Game
are a
on.
little bit lighter today because yesterday it's like they were sparring up there.
98.
I think Neil Duff might want to be sparring with a brick wall if Northern Ireland end up losing this game. Wouldn't recommend it.
Yep, open up the Modus Super Series
85.
Rage Room. Mr. Duff has an appointment.
$85.
Every now and again, Vachuri does prove just how good he is.
140.
I'm not going to sugarcoat this at all. It's a 74 average from Team Kenya, but individually,
45.
he's so much better than his teammate. In this fixture, at least. He's been better at scoring. He's been better at doubling. And he has been the
58.
prop for the 2 points they could be about to receive.
$83.
And so Kenya's 6 darts here from 218. to wrap up a 4-1 win to get themselves back on the board.
83.
I was suspicious that that second dart was in the treble 20. It was. And why, oh why, does that number fall
44.
on David Munya so much?
Kenya require 135.
It's extraordinary how many times he has a 135 left.
And the best bit is he's not the one setting it up for himself.
57.
Well,
Northern Ireland
this
require
feels like Hail Mary time.
146.
But the 146 isn't going to go, and so Kenya to wrap up a
92.
4-1 victory. It's been a
Kenya
scrappy
requires
game of that, there's no
78.
doubt. Northern Ireland should have gone 2-0 up. They didn't. And from that point onwards, Kenya just been able to have that little bit more. Thanks in part to that man in your picture, Peter Vachuri, who looks at Tots to win the match. And
Game,
win the match
shot,
he will. He's
and the
doubling
match
today,
to Kenya.
particularly off the back of combination finishes, has been superb. And for Kenya, that's the first win of the day. A 4-1 success over Northern Ireland, who, remember yesterday, had an opportunity to top the table overnight. They now find themselves in 5th. Round 3 kicks off with the Republic of Ireland against Scotland. Welcome back to the Super Series. We've completed 6 matches on this Tuesday morning at international pairs. And before the break, Team Kenya got a 4-1 win over Northern Ireland. It's the Belgian duo of Brian Aman and Andy Bartons that have the lead at the top of the group, winning both of their opening 2 matches and 2 really good performances as well. So they have a 2-point lead over Team Scotland. And as you can see, the 4 teams in behind are all on 6. And it feels like, as we get to the midway point of this group, Belgium and Scotland, they'll be tussling for top spot. And the 4 in behind, they might be scrapping it out for the last place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. So Game 7 is the Republic of Ireland and Team Scotland. These 2 have had their battles through the years here at the international pairs. In fact, these 2 are involved in a 9-dart shootout on a Saturday night where it was loud and lively in here. The Republic of Ireland hoping to get back to Saturday to retain the title that they picked up in the summer of last year. For Scotland, looking to win it for the first time. And in particular, Scott Campbell have a first to get to the top step of the podium when it comes to Saturday evening's affairs. And you can be here on Saturday night. There are some tickets available for the finale of the international pairs. The hors d'oeuvre of Le Pair de International. And if you head over to dartsworldstore.com and you head over to the Modus Super Series page, then you will be able to ascertain your tickets to
First leg, it's
Saturday
Ireland
night's
to throw
final.
first. Game on.
It's a good night of darts, good atmosphere, and you may even, if you're very lucky, and I mean very, very, very lucky, you might get a
66.
signature off of Matthew Edgar. He pays you for the privilege.
The atmosphere that we have on a Saturday night for international pairs finals is one of the best of the
57.
year. It's something that you really should make your way to if you're able. We can't tell you the nations that are going to be here yet, but over the next day and a half, we can tell you one of them.
Dartsworldstore.com, the place to get your tickets from. www.dartsworldstore.com if we're going to be pedantic.
123.
Yes, on the 9-dart shootout. Shane McGurk was here for that. And he was looking on in
95.
shock as Scotland were bossing that particular playoff. In fact, Scott Campbell is one of the only ever-present players in this tournament.
96.
John O'Shea being another. The Welsh pair of Burnett and Parry.
85.
Danny van Tripe of the Netherlands. The list is rather small and remote.
Yeah, there aren't many people who have played in all of the PDC World Cups left as well, because Simon Whitlock, he's going to
90.
lose his record
Ireland
for
require
Australia this year because
155.
Adam Leake has a tour card and Simon doesn't. So he will pair with Damon Heta this year.
Yes, our pal
101.
Leakey.
Scotland require 135.
135 for Campbell to get the Scotland break.
That won't do. Anywhere in the 25 of the bull would have kept the shot alive.
115. Ireland require
He's done a
54.
really good job there after a bad first start. It might result in nothing though. But John's only got one.
Game shot.
And
on
John
the first leg
only
to
needs one.
Ireland.
Just about.
Second
One
leg, it's
he
Scotland
got,
to throw
and
first.
only one he needed.
Game on.
That will feel like a bit of a save for the Irish pair.
Earlier in the day, we were talking about where Conor Heenan is from, Roundfort in County Mayo.
41.
Well, John O'Shea is from Cork, where the Irish accent borders on melodic. It's one of those countries that has a lot of different iterations of its accent. If you speak to someone from Dublin, they speak very differently to the people from Cork, to the people from, say, the northwest of the country where Conor Heenahan is from. But if you ever go to
60.
Cork, you speak to people from there, it's like they're singing at you. It's not like they're speaking to you. It's an incredible place.
Conor Heenan, actually a very good football
60.
player. When I say football, I mean Gaelic football. Was a very promising player in his youth, playing for Roundfort. Incredible sport, the GAA out in Ireland.
100.
Yeah. Hurling and Gaelic football are not for the faint-hearted.
No, particularly hurling.
Yeah, one of the premier sporting experiences in
60.
the world is the All-Ireland hurling final at Croke Park. That is very close to the top of my list. I need to experience that at some point. It is quite the thing.
Yeah, I've seen it on the telly before, and it's quite a
28.
spectacle.
Croke Park's an incredible place. On one side of Croke Park, you've got a row of houses. And then over the fence, you've got this incredible stadium that holds about 80,000 people.
Same as the Aviva. Which is why you've got that stand that's just a little bit dipped because of the housing apartments behind.
123.
That's what's changing with
Ireland require
World Stadia at the minute.
110.
A lot of them are being taken outside of towns so that you can have bigger amenities on the exterior. Speaking of the exterior,
70.
just missed out.
Scotland require 149.
Connor's slowly but surely getting better, isn't he? He's just beginning to find out. It's not him at his absolute peak, but it's a better version of himself, which is helping John O'Shea along, who's going to have a look at double top here to open up a 2-0 Ireland
61.
lead.
Ireland require 40.
You'll fancy him for it. He's already hit it. He'll be
20.
disappointed with that third dart. He
Scotland
had a
require
marker, he
88.
couldn't use it. And as a result, Scotland might equalise.
73 left.
48.
19 would have left double 8. The single 14
Ireland require 20.
needs double top if Heenahan cannot convert double 10.
Keep moving. This is the right angle. Just needs to find the shot. He got it
Game
right.
Shot in the second leg. to
Half the
Ireland.
battle, because these are world-class dart players, half the battle is getting the
Third
right
leg, it's
angle.
Ireland to throw first.
If you get the angle
Game
wrong,
on.
you're not going to hit the shot. But who's got the fire on the stage? And that belongs to the man with the blue flights. I think the other three were actually laughing at the amount of
45.
spirit that Connor showed there.
And I don't think Connor liked it too much as he trudged back down the hockey.
That's nice, actually, to see McEwen like that at the back of the stage. Some people would go off in a huff and say, what are you doing that for?
100.
When in fact, this is darts. It's not a tickling contest. You're playing for your countries, so why not show a little bit of spirit?
42.
And I think McEwen understands that. That was actually a very classy move.
$41.
Game 7 of the afternoon session here. And is this the point where Ireland really make their move? They were scuppered in their
180.
previous game against Team Wales, having beaten Kenya in the opener. But if they can win this particular contest, they move on to
60.
8 points. And they would move level with the Scottish pair. But what it also means is an opportunity for Belgium to open up a 4-point gap when they take on Northern Ireland next.
60.
Yeah, Game 7, very much attributed to American sports, like ice hockey and basketball, and particularly at the minute with the NBA playoffs kicking off at the minute.
Famous in MLB, is it Joe Buck, the famous sports broadcaster,
32.
who says we're coming back tomorrow night when the World Series continues?
Yeah, Joe Buck does more sports than you, Henry.
Not as many as Mike Tirico
125.
on NBC, who covered the Super Bowl, then flew to Milan for the Winter Olympics. And then as soon as he finished in Milan for the Winter Olympics, flew back to the United States to cover Sunday night basketball.
44. Ireland
Some
require
effort.
49.
This is all going the way of Ireland. That is
Game
a great
shot in the
pick-off.
third leg.
17
Ireland.
data, and Ireland are cruising against Scotland.
Fourth leg, it's Scotland to
Not
throw
many
first.
people would have said
Game
this
on.
would have happened, even as little as 2 hours ago.
Just when you think you've worked out and sussed out this group, we see
57.
something that throws the spanner in the works.
Ireland
Ireland are playing a really decent game. 83 average, 1 out of 3 of every doubles hit. Campbell and McEwen are having a game off. And to be fair to Ireland, they're exposing that.
They're just doing enough.
55.
They're not played to the best of their ability. They're not played poorly. It's been like a Goldilocks performance. It's been just right. And Scotland in this game haven't even had a dart at a double. That's been the dominance that Keenahan and O'Shea have
140.
managed to possess in this contest.
Every now and again in a pairs match like this, you are going to be thoroughly outclassing your opponents. It's actually not simple. You might think 3-0 up, big lead in leg 4, it's going to be an easy
89.
4-0. Actually, it doesn't work that way. Because you're under pressure to get it done. It could have a
70.
big effect on the leg difference in the table because it would be an 8-leg swing, and we've not had an 8-leg swing in a fixture all week. Scotland would lose 4 legs from
100.
their tally of plus
Ireland
4,
require
and Ireland
157.
would actually gain 4 legs from minus 3. They could actually take over Scotland in the table if they win this leg.
59.
Which from here they should. 98 left after a dozen against throw. What can Campbell muster up here? Even a Thomas minimum requirement has to be safe for this last dart.
140.
that's even better. Now there is a bit of
require
pressure on.
98.
There might be another reaction if he finds this.
Double 19 on the inside. And so
82.
Scotland are going to get their
Scotland
first poke at a
require
double in this
60.
game.
Plenty of room over the top.
Game shot
And
and the
Jim
fourth
McEwen is
leg
doing what he
to
does when he leaves
Scotland.
tops.
Fifth leg, it's Ireland to
O'Connor
throw
has thrown
first. Game
The
on.
last 3 darts for Ireland, and he did have 1 shot to win the game. It's up to him to give them a good start. It's not
100.
bad.
Take a ton forces Campbell to hit 2 trebles here. And that'll just keep the Irish pair honest because it was one-way traffic. Prior to that,
83.
Scotland hadn't had a dart at a double. Just got to switch on here because if they get broken, a game which they should have had wrapped up could all of a sudden be back on throw, and
59.
Campbell and McEwen would then have the darts in the neck to take us all the way.
You mentioned that McEwen hasn't played a great deal of darts in 2026 yet. He's not really sure what he's going to do. But Campbell's played a fair bit. Played a lot of the
38.
Challenge Tour. Made a quarter-final in the second event of the season, where he would beat John Henderson, Richie Burnett, Jensen Walker,
58.
and Scott Mitchell. That was a good day's work, but that's as good as it's been. He's had a last 16, sorry, a last 32 in a recent tournament where he was dismissed by Steve Haggerty,
83.
who has played here in the past. Just wonder what kind of ceiling we can get from Scott Campbell this year as a single, because we know as a team
121.
he's done very well in the last few days.
Steve Haggerty, a name that reminds me of the old Livy Leaguey, our previous studio in Southampton. A man of Essex.
140.
which, if you are joining us from afar, if you don't know about Essex, there's a famous TV programme based there.
Yeah, there's a show that you shouldn't watch.
Towie.
99.
Yeah. Do you know what you're going to get if you watch that?
Scotland
60
require
wasted
157.
minutes. Ireland are not hoping for 64 wasted points.
57.
Use this
Ireland
well,
require 64.
and they will get that victory to draw level with Scotland.
Game, shot.
And draw level
and
they
a
will.
match.
A
To
4-1 win
Ireland.
for the Republic of Ireland. It was a decent performance. It was enough. As for Scotland, that was a below-par display, and they know it. So, Team Ireland 2 were bottom of the group midway through yesterday's action. The midway point today are beginning to work their way up the table into third place. Next up, Belgium have an opportunity to move full clear if they can get the better of Northern Ireland. So we're at the midway point of the session here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, the Republic of Ireland got the better of Scotland by 4 legs to 1. Average just under the 85 mark, 4 from 11 when it came to their doubling in that contest. So to take us to the midway point, Belgium have an opportunity to move 4 points clear at the top of the table. If they had to get the better of the Northern Irish pairing of Neil Duff and Richard McKee, they have this group exactly where they want it. They will have a 4-point buffer going into the second half of their allocated
First
fixtures.
leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game
and
on.
they've been the team of the day. Let's get that right.
You and I, Henry, off camera, have been talking about the subject of self-esteem.
59.
Yes.
And it leads me to something in this game, because I think the most important person in this fixture is Richard McKee. Because
55.
if he has any sort of inferiority complex in this fixture, I don't think Northern Ireland will win. I think it's important
133.
that Neil Duff just pulls Richard aside before this one and says, right, you're my guy. You're the person who can make the difference here. You got to fluff his pillow a little bit. You just got to
97.
embolden that confidence. Because the facts are,
171.
you got Richard McKee and 3 former WDF world number 1s on the stage. So if he thinks this is too much to handle, they're not going to win.
49.
That's where the
Belgium require
responsibility of your
138.
captain comes in.
58.
Yeah, it was below par against Kenya last time out for Northern Ireland, a 4-1 defeat. And if these two meet in the middle as how they have done all day, this is one-way traffic. It's a
140.
Belgian victory
Belgium
and a big
require 80.
Belgian victory. And the first leg is seemingly playing out to that type.
He
75.
was not sure if he wanted to go
Northern
for that.
Ireland require
He
160.
was almost forced to because of this. Tops.
120.
He can't add the 160
Belgium
to his
require
repertoire.
5.
And a 1-5-1 in the opening leg of their 4-2 defeat to Scotland. Brian O'Man finds himself in the madhouse.
Game
And finds the
shot on
double
the
one
first
to
leg
go 1-0
to
up. I
Belgium.
just wonder as well, when Andy Barnes had a glance over to the scoreboard, if
Second
Richard
leg, it's
McKee was
Northern
throwing
Ireland
for that
to throw
160,
first.
would he have
Game on.
contemplated the split?
That's a very good point. I think he might have looked at a 2.
95.
But curiously, Neil Duff has gone back to his original darts here. The experiment of the other equipment has lasted 1 match.
100.
What would have been an interesting situation is if we had the same result for Andy Barnes in missing
140.
double 5. But what if McKee had hit the 2 treble 20s and missed tops like Duff did? Would that change decisions later?
57.
Maybe we're going a little bit too deep
So
with this,
that's
but
40.
the psychological aspect of these pairs matches is very evident because of not just what we've seen, but what Henry's mentioned.
And the truth is,
46.
in these situations, and you've been on the big stage doing it yourself, if you can sense someone may just be a little bit weaker than their partner, you've got to strike. You've got to strike
60.
on that, play on that.
There's different levels to it, Henry. There's a lot of people on that stage at the same time. But if you can sense
60.
that somebody's weak, you can actually make them feel worse by what you're saying through your own positive aspect of your team. So let's say that I'm playing with
37.
Neil right
Northern
now and I
Ireland
wanted
require
to just send a message to the
160.
Belgians. I would say something really positive to make them think I'm invincible. Oh, take 2.
Game
And this time it
shot on
works,
the
and he
second
does
leg.
join the
Northern
160
Ireland.
club.
Well, that's the second
Third
160
leg,
of the
it's
day.
Belgium to throw
Belgium found one
first.
earlier,
Game
and now
on.
Northern Ireland do so, the draw level at 1 apiece. And that could just be the spark for the pairing of Duff and McKee.
How often do you see that?
100.
I know it's only 2 legs in, but the highest checkout difference is 155 points. That's about as wide as I've ever seen.
135.
By the way, Neil, don't use the other darts. These ones are working fine.
133.
Talk about speaking the obvious.
Are you literally stating the obvious?
98.
Yes.
$95.
Well, Belgium unable to leave a finish on 2 at 6-8. What can Northern Ireland do from this point?
He can't leave 160.
41.
And he wasn't going to leave 168 or 170 either. That's got to stop.
95.
The Northern Irish pair, from an approach perspective, are showing the same tendencies as Kenya.
140. Belgium requires 78.
The Belgians aren't making those mistakes. They're not making
Game
many at all.
shot in the third leg to Belgium.
They're making a big case today of the
Fourth leg
Belgian
is
pair.
Northern Ireland
a
to throw
big,
first.
big case.
Game on.
Yeah. There is a Belgian restaurant, funnily enough, in Portsmouth, and I think the way the Belgians are going, they're going to be frequenting that place at least
60.
twice before Saturday. They look the strongest team so far this week.
78.
Yes, they're top of the table. Easy for us to say that, but they look the most unified.
And that was, I suppose, what we were asking about them before this week. How were
100.
they going to react to that pairing? Because we know how good they are as singles players, but we also know they're both quite emotive players as well.
137.
But in some weird way, it's almost as if two fiery players that Brian and Andy are have actually brought more of a zen-like nature to themselves.
100.
They're tempering each other,
45.
which is a very good thing to do in this form of the sport. They look like they've got unity, which is great.
36.
That's what everybody wants. And maybe Team Belgium, whoever that is for the PDC World Cup this year, will be watching this, getting inspiration.
134.
Mike de Decker might be watching. Could be Dimitri van den Berg or Kim Huybrechts. We don't know.
64.
But the
Belgium
cutoff's pretty
require
soon.
107.
Yeah, nice to see a Belgian side, which
47.
is getting
Northern
along
Ireland
rather
require
well.
141.
Doesn't always happen.
60.
As
Belgium
Belgium look at
requires
60 for a
60.
3-1 lead.
I'll let you into a little secret in the next leg. Tops.
Game shot.
They
in the
just
fourth
look so
leg
sharp.
to Belgium.
It's only an average of 84. And their opponents are averaging
Fifth leg
5%
is
better.
Belgium to throw first. Game on.
But their timing is really good. So I'll let you into a little
58.
secret. 2 months before the 2012 World Cup, where I played with Simon Whitlock, we weren't on speaking terms. Genuinely, we were not
43.
speaking. And at the start of 2012, I didn't think we were going to play together. But we buried the hatchet
96.
and it worked. We did pretty well. It happens. In a team environment, you're going to have the odd disagreement. But you have to find common
31.
ground. Look at David Batty and Graham Lasso when they played for Newcastle United. They were at each other's throats on the pitch and the training ground.
135.
Not quite like Lee Bowyer and Kieran Dyer, mind.
Thank you for using another Newcastle United reference. But it happens in all sports. It happens in hockey, happens in baseball especially.
44.
Happens in the NFL when people want to tell them something that they haven't done correctly and then it gets taken the wrong way.
58.
That's team sport.
And I feel like there needs to be a
47.
committee
Belgium
meeting with the
require
Northern Ireland team come the end of
154.
this game. And the end of this game may not be too far away because Barton's looking for another Rip Proa, but he's not going to find the
79.
154 to add to the 160.
Yeah, that was all going so well until Dart 3. But Roman's already taken out a small combination of
85.
60.
Belgium requires 75.
This is not that different. Don't go 20s here. Even a big 12 and a big 20 is the right thing to do.
35.
Well, he's left Barton's on tops.
Trust me, he was not going for that 60. There's no use in leaving someone on double six with 3 darts.
59.
You're better off leaving them this.
Belgium require 40.
Tops his left, and with plenty of time in hand. Does want to move inside.
20.
Well, if you're going to miss, at least miss that side of the wire.
Look at that from Andy. A little bit of an apology to his partner for not ending the game right there. Sorry, Brian, I'm giving you a little bit of work to do.
60. Belgium require 20.
To finally bring this game to a close. Decides to split.
16.
And now it could get a bit
Northern Ireland
stodgy.
require 132.
That was a little bit swift from Brian. And the shot is alive and well, but not for long.
But this is no gimme.
64. Belgium require
No
4.
gimme whatsoever.
Game.
But Bartons
shot,
takes
and
it,
the match
and Belgium
to
take a
Belgium.
4-point lead in this Group A going into the second half of fixtures. When it was sealed with a kiss between Bartons and Roman. Their budding bromance goes on, and this Belgian pair continue to press on in this international pairs. A 4-1 win over Northern Ireland. Next up, Kenya take on Wales. So we head towards the final game of the third round of fixtures here at the international pairs. And before the break, Belgium made it 3 wins out of 3. They move 4 points clear at the top of the table, courtesy of a 4-1 success over Northern Ireland, who are yet to pick up a win on this Tuesday. Another team looking for an opening success, well, a second success, shall I say, is Kenya. They beat Northern Ireland 4-1 in their previous game, having lost 4-1 to the Republic of Ireland in their first match. They take on a Wales pair of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett, who put in a very good performance last time themselves, getting the better of the Republic 4-1, averaging just under 95, 4 from 8 in terms of their finishing. And interestingly, they've changed the order again. David Munya is out to bat for Kenya.
What does that tell you?
140.
To me, it seems like they're searching for something to click.
I just wonder whether Peter's said to David, I'm finishing better, so let me finish off the leg. You just get me down to something.
100.
You kick us off, you get us into a tidy position, and I'll sort the rest.
But there's one thing that we learned when David Munya was here for week 12 in Super Series 13.
100.
His finishing was better than his scoring. So by virtue of that, maybe he should be going second.
41.
So let me pick your brain over this then. When you're in this dilemma that Kenya are in, do you go towards the...
127.
The stronger player's strengths because that's what's getting you out of jail more, or do you have to entrust everything on the player that's just struggling a little bit to get their confidence up?
I don't think there's anything wrong with leaning on Peter Wachuri at the minute.
Wales require 134.
There have been many examples over the years of people leaning on the stronger player. Look at Simon Whitlock and Kyle Anderson when they were playing for Australia.
58.
Kyle was not having a great World Cup and Simon was playing beautifully. They leaned on him, and all of a sudden, by virtue of that, Kyle started to churn a little bit better.
83.
My advice to Kenya right now is lean on Peter. Let him guide you.
I've got another question for another leg as Parry looks at tops.
36.
Unable to get. Is
Kenya
this going to be a leg saver
155.
from Peter Wachuri? 155. Unable to get, so Burnett will be back. Free and hand at double top to break the throw.
97. Wales require 40. Game shot.
That's a beautiful dart from Richie and a lovely start from the Welsh.
Second leg is
I suppose the other question that springs to mind as well is it feels like it's also down to the mentality of the player that's struggling as well. If we're leaning on Peter, or in Kenya's case, they're leaning on Peter Wachuri, how much is it down to David to kind of say, right, let's use this as an inspiration, not as opposed, depending on certain characters, they could hide in those situations, couldn't they?
It's not panic stations. It's negotiating the situation as it is right now, because come tomorrow, rules might be reversed.
59.
Peter might be having a bad day at the office and Munya might be able to prop him up. That's pairs action for you. That's why you pick the partners that you have
42.
on the whole. You go to certain tournaments and you have your partner already established before you even get there.
140.
Because you've had the conversation. Would you like to play pairs together? Yes. Actually, I can see myself winning titles with you.
100.
Let me give you an example. Could you ever envisage me playing pairs with Kim Hybrecht?
I'd like to see it, but we're not going to.
41.
So your answer is no, that's not going to work. Could you have seen me playing pairs with Mark Webster?
No, because you're both retired.
So pedantic.
81. Wales require 141.
Thing is, we did play pairs and we had some pretty decent results because we
41.
worked together.
Kenya require 138.
That's what Kenya have got to figure out this week. Do enough to put yourself in a promotional position to get to Saturday, whether it's in this group or indeed in Group C or B. Just got to figure out the wrinkles and iron them out.
43.
I feel sorry for anybody who's going to be my pairs
100.
partner at the Dutch Open next year. Should stay with the treble there. The guy's quite nice, unable to utilise, and so
60.
I wonder how Kenya are going to play this on 95. Do they go safe on the ball, or do they attack on the treble 19?
This is going to be a treble 19. Is it going to be a double?
$76.
He gave it a really good look.
Wales require 40.
But you do fear
Game
that was
shot
going to
on the
happen.
second leg to Wales.
Wales are putting something together. Yesterday,
Third
Kenya
leg,
did
it's
beat
Kenya
Wales
to
by
throw
4 legs to
first.
3.
Game on.
Looks like they got revenge on their mind. If you actually look at the back of the Welsh shirts, take away the dragon, take
59.
away the mine shaft that's on the front and the back. They are the same colours of the Kenyan flag.
45.
Now, these two won't be appearing at the World Cup. Now, they did take part in the African qualifier. They played alongside one another to try and represent Team Kenya. They were unsuccessful. In fact, it was Malawi who won that qualifier in the end.
Nobody saw that coming. But that in itself is a very good story,
85.
which will be told at the Irish Board Halla in June. And it's going to be hot there.
140.
This is an excellent leg from both Kenyans.
140. Kenya require 122.
It doesn't have to go this route.
$74.
Okay, so they obviously wanted to try and get a 12 darter. It doesn't happen, but Munya can give them a 5-visit leg to get into this game.
121.
But the Kenyans have
Kenya
never seen
require
anybody play
48.
darts as flamboyantly as Richie Burnett before.
Game shot.
Well, that
on
is
the
a
third
world-class leg
to
from
Kenya.
those two. I think that's their best leg of the tournament so far,
Fourth leg,
14
it's
darts.
Wales to throw
And
first.
that looked a lot more like
Game
it from
on.
David Munya as well, which is very encouraging for the pair of them.
And just because you're 2-0 down doesn't mean you're out of the game. Just gives you more license to get back into it.
41.
Yeah, the Malawi pair of Okjeng and Saeed will be representing Africa at the upcoming World Cup of
81.
Darts.
That must be Patrick Ocheng, is it?
I believe so, yes.
Name rings a bell. There could be another one.
36.
Been trying to follow African darts a little bit more recently, which is great with the use of the internet. We can get a few more results through.
100.
We really do want to see African darts grow. It's going to take some time. It's a very big continent, after all.
45.
But we've had players here at the Modus Super Series from Kenya, South Africa, and Botswana.
100.
Could be a 14-dart riposte here from the Welsh.
97. Wales require 86.
This is difficult to take out in 2. And it's not going to be taken out in 2.
Sorry, beg my Uganda, sorry, Patrick Okjeng and Jim Saeed
34.
beat Malawi in the final.
It's a bit of a trek, that, isn't it? Uganda to Frankfurt.
100.
Yeah, Patrick
Wales
Okjeng and
require
Juma Saeed, the
52.
two players representing them at the upcoming World Cup. As Burnett, a man who
Game
has
shot
played at the
on
World Cup
fourth
before,
leg
finds
to
a double top to go
Wales.
3-1 to the good. And the other African team in the tournament, South Africa, Devon Peterson is back.
Fifth leg, it's Kenya
and
to
he
throw first.
is going
Game
to be
on.
alongside Graham Philby.
Oh, Big Graham.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't miss Big Graham. He's big.
47.
And he's called Graham.
True. He's a bit of a lump, is our Graham. Sounded like Blind Date with Cilla Black, didn't it?
60.
Our Graham.
As
Now,
long as-
there's a niche reference for you.
As long as we don't end the programme with any singing, that'll be great. Who allowed that?
41.
As you mentioned, a lot of the teams have been confirmed for that tournament now, and actually a few still to be confirmed for the Challenge Tour, where there's 5 events to go. So nations like France are looking to find a partner alongside Thibaut Jacot. It looks like it's going to be Jack Clark, potentially joining Thibaut for the World Cup. Johnny Tartar's still awaiting a teammate. You'd think it'd be Ben Robb.
140.
Mainly the fact that Ben Robb came to a Challenge Tour, so consequently he would get first dibs based on the qualifying system now.
You would think so.
39.
And we don't know who's going to be joining Gary Anderson yet.
Yeah, it's going to be either Peter Wright or Cameron Menzies. Looks more like Menzies at the minute.
2 different types of team dynamics there, depending on who joins Gary.
Yeah, Captain Anderson's
58.
got his hands full. We know who the Welsh team's going to be. The favourites. Yes, I know. Humphreys and Littler. Number 1 and number 2 in the world.
125.
But the best team are the Welsh. Who would begrudge them a
41.
third World Cup?
Wales require 142.
Quite a few teams, actually. Hasn't even got the
37.
bare minimum there of leaving 100. That has not gone well for Kurt.
Even a ton here punishes.
134.
Now that is punishment.
Yeah,
Wales
that's
require
beautiful from the
105.
king, inverted commas. This would be ideally timed. And
Game,
Richie Burnett
shot,
strikes.
and the match
at a wonderful
to
time
Wales.
to take a 4-1 victory over Kenya. And he even gives us a shuffle, showing us how it's done on the dartboard and off. And the Welsh really have come back with a vengeance today, picking up a second victory. Look at that, 87 average, very impressive. And now we take a break before Belgium and Ireland go head to head.
Plenty coming up, of course, Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series. Coming up next, we're looking at the rise of African darts and how the likes of Peter Achuri and Devon Peterson are looking to inspire the next generation. Then we'll have the Tungsten Talk and the Dart Swap Challenge after that. That features Richie Burnett and Steve Beaton. Group A culminates tomorrow from 9:30. Team Wales are hoping to be in the mix. And they're all fighting for a place through to Saturday night's final, which kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Team Ireland looking to defend the title that they won back in August. Talking about Team Ireland, there they are against the table toppers Belgium. They have a 4-point lead following the third round's worth of play. Before the break, Team Wales got the better of Kenya by 4 legs to 1. They're beginning to make their move. They're now in second place in the table. It's Belgium from Wales, from Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland and Kenya as far as this Group A table is concerned. We head into the final third's worth of matches on this Tuesday. And for Belgium, if they can win this match, they will open up a temporary 6-point gap at the top of the Group A table. However, the Republic of Ireland have been a better version of themselves today. And after 2 really good performances to open up for the pairing of Bartons and Roman, they did just tail off a little bit in their match against Northern Ireland, but did enough to secure a 4-1 victory in that one. And one thing we have learnt about this Irish pairing is they are really up for the task, as you'd expect an Irish team to be.
Game on.
But what we have seen on Tuesday, I think, and I don't know if you agree with me here, Nico, but Conor Heenahan has improved today in comparison to Monday, and that's been a big difference.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's lifted the intensity, and that suits him. Usually he reserves that kind of intensity for Saturday nights, but in order to get there this week, he might need it during the week. It's been a pretty good day for them.
100.
2 wins out of 3. Most of the time you would take that. But before the end of the day, they've got to take out Belgium and
60.
their closest rivals in Northern Ireland. Do you think they would take 6 points for the day, or is 8 the minimum as to what they will suffice?
77.
From this point onwards, I think they'd be disappointed if they don't pick up any more points, because they got an opportunity here to really take control of proceedings. I think they'll be disappointed if the lead's only 2 points overnight, because they've got this gap and they want to maintain it.
$56.
They're in more control
Belgium
than anybody else.
124.
Especially now. That's not the worst result. 43 left.
96.
Now there is a man who knows his partner. We were looking at the 3 because he was looking down towards the south of the board,
Belgium
but he said,
28.
"Oh, Brian likes double 14."
Game shot.
Very,
on the
very
first leg
much.
to Belgium.
Talk about unity. Just show the last 15 seconds.
That is teamwork.
Second leg, it's
That
Ireland
is
to
how
throw
you become
first.
successful
Game
here.
on.
Yeah, maybe the mantra of Belgian darts at the minute is
100.
teamwork can make the dream maker work. It's going to be a very big year for Dimitri van den Berg. I think we're all eagle-eyeing what's going to happen. There's even a possibility he might even lose his tour card.
But there has been signs of encouragement for Dimitri van den Berg in recent times.
It's been good to see, because he's still an
41.
incredible dart player.
Well, that looks good if you're Belgian. That's a 6-point gap between them and Wales if they win this game.
97.
It's not the first time they've been ranked first in the world. They haven't been able to use it in soccer. with their golden generation.
100.
But they are in the midst of a golden generation of dart players as well. They've got these two. They've got Dimitri. They've got Kim Huybrechts coming back to form, thanks largely to
100.
Eric Claris. And Mike de Dekker's still the Belgian #1. And I said this at the start of the season. Don't judge Mike
60.
by the first 6 months of this year. Judge him from the summer onwards, because I think there's something brewing with him. I really do.
And a big second half of the year for Mike because he's got to defend that money he won at the
78.
World Grand Prix a couple of years ago.
He'll be fine. Got every faith in him.
$60. Belgium require
He
126.
had to find a needle for a haystack there, did Conor Heenan. Had to leave John on a ton, had to persevere. Barton's drifting wide with dart 2.
46.
Well,
Ireland
took care of the
require
26 first.
140.
Well, this shot's off. So Roman has got a chance to double the lead. Oh, no. He needs another miracle dart. Bippity boppity boo.
41.
And it's a 1.
And the problem is, because it's
Belgium
drifted into the
require
1,
80.
if they come back as a free darter for Heenan, he's got to be careful not to catch here. Bradley Brooks would go treble 12 here with 2 darts left.
60.
Unable to get
Ireland
the tops.
require 99.
Just for a second there, I thought he'd caught the bottom bit of it. Like you said, it is a 3 darter. Still needs a treble. Double 16.
67.
That was a very good try from Connor.
Belgium require 20.
Double 10. 2 5s. That part of the board
16.
has not been good for
Ireland
Barnes
require
today.
32.
You're not wrong. And John O'Shea has planted a double 16 already today, but he needs half of it.
16.
And that's where this game could be won and lost. If Belgium keep getting this many
Belgium
chances,
require
they're not going to look
4.
back.
Game shot and the second leg to Belgium.
He's beginning to flex his muscles, and that's dangerous. Because if he's turned on,
Third
Belgium
leg,
are
it's
turned
Belgium
on.
to throw first. Game on. $85.
It's just a great deal of positivity on the stage for the Belgians right now.
135.
Going to need a great deal of what Connor just did to eat away at the lead that the Belgians have created.
128.
And if he starts picking off that 54, then Ireland have got a massive problem. Because that's
60.
his second biggest weapon. Oh, now
94.
they're both doing it. What do you think? Do you think Roman's going to leave 100 here? 2 single 20s and a
57.
54 to leave 100. Well, there goes that.
131.
See, that third dart looked almost painful. Maybe the arm twisted a little bit too much.
95.
The only pain
Belgium
we can see on the
requires
stage now is the
63.
pain of the Irish.
2 12s.
39.
That northern side of the
Ireland
board is
require
causing him
154.
nightmares. Well, this would have been some shot to have lit up the Irish spark, the Irish fuse.
58.
We know they were refused to
Belgium
quit,
require
but
24.
they could be a leg away from submission. Straight down the pipe.
Double 3.
18.
Now things could get really interesting because
Ireland
what looked like
require
3-0
96.
and a 3-leg cushion could now only be 1. Now what are you up to? Treble 12 or 2 double 19s? Make your mind up, John. He went for double 18. He's just caught in 2 minds.
36. Belgium require 6.
It's Looking better down the bottom of the
Game
board.
shot and the third
Case in
leg
point
to
again. 3-0 Belgium.
If Belgium do win this
Fourth
game
leg,
by
it's
4
Ireland
legs to
to
nil,
throw
they will
first.
accomplish two
Game
things at
on.
the same time. They will create the first 6-point cushion at the top of the
50.
table and get the first 4-0 victory of this group. And it didn't seem that likely before a dart was thrown.
140.
I think we thought before dart was thrown, this is a game that Belgium should win, but Ireland were going to pose a few questions. They've just not been able to do so.
43.
Just not been able to keep pace with the scoring power of this pair. They've had 9 one-treble scores in this game, Belgium, in comparison to 4
75.
of Ireland. They've had more two-treble scores, the Belgian pair, in comparison to their opponents. So they're just getting more opportunities. And the opportunities Ireland are getting,
134.
the combinations as opposed to free in hand. They've only had 4 darts and a double all game.
Sometimes that's enough,
60.
but in pairs, that's extremely rare.
$60.
17s.
56.
Lays up for a 170 to end the game. I've seen big finishes today. Couple of 160s, one of them from Belgium. So maybe this is landed in the right lap.
Belgium require 170.
Not to be. And so O'Shea will give Ireland a
60.
stay of execution here if he can
Ireland
take out the
require
118.
118.
What can he dig out the reserves? Unable to find the treble, and so a man back for 110.
41.
Look at him limping up in the
Belgium
background. He
require
fancies this.
110.
He doesn't get a dart at a double.
50.
But Heenahan
Ireland
should.
require 77.
Got to keep things simple here. Double 5 to survive.
Game shot.
Very
on
well
the
done.
fourth leg
We don't know how
to
valuable that
Ireland.
leg could be.
And it means we've still not seen a 4-0 scoreline in this
Fifth
international
leg,
pairs.
it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
And that's a compliment to every team.
Means every game has had at least some kind of
60.
competitiveness about it, even if at times the traffic has felt as if it's gone in one direction.
Feels like Heenahan's taking the lead here. He's got the captain's armband on all of a sudden.
85.
Well, we saw this on the Saturday night when Ireland picked up the title back in August, where Heenahan assumed the responsibility. And I think when you've got someone like Connor, who, as we've said earlier on this week, is a bit of a flair player.
86.
When he's in tune, you just got to let him go. Let him off the leash.
I can see what Roman was trying to do there. He was looking at a minimum lead of 350.
55.
But straying into the treble 5 has scuppered that effort. This'll work. And if he had left 350, it would have been a 170 for the game again.
Any which way, they're going to get
44.
opportunities to wrap this up and wrap it up rather quickly.
$101.
You see what he's trying to do there? He's trying to score 139, an alternative route
60.
to leave 36. He really
Belgium
is one of the
require
best counters in the world.
74.
To get it done and to open up a
54.
temporary 6-point gap, but there will be more opportunities.
John O'Shea in the background is livid. Look at him. He's shaking his head because he knows he's probably not going to get a look at the double that's going to be left for him.
125.
Could have been worse.
Belgium require 20.
And so it's a man with the responsibility. Splits the double
Game,
4, hits
shot,
the double 4,
and the match
wraps it up
to
4-1.
Belgium.
And the gap between top and second now extended to 6 points. That's win number 4 of 5 that Belgium hope they get today. One more match for them to go against Team Kenya to complete the cards. They're 6 clear right now. How big's the gap going to be at the end of the day? Well, we're going to get some indication as to how much when we see Scotland and Kenya go head-to-head, and that game is coming up on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Belgium have extended their gap at the top of the table to 6 points, having got the better of the Republic of Ireland by 4 legs to 1 before the break. Not the most spiffing of performances from Messrs. The Man and Bartons, but it was good enough to get the points on the board. Game number 11, a meeting between Kenya and Scotland. And you get the sense of the Scottish pair of Scott Campbell and Jim McEwen. This is an opportunity to arrest a bit of a slide here. They've lost their last 2. They began the day with real ambition of winning the group. Now, they're trying to keep their neck above water in the Group B race.
Anything akin to what they did against Kenya yesterday, it might just be good enough.
First leg, it's Scotland to throw
pretty
first.
tidy.
Game on.
But we expect more from players and teams on day 2, because you're not feeling your way around the stage in the practice room. You are
55.
more in tune with the challenge. Oh, by the way, congratulations on rekindling the word spiffing with our worldwide audience. That is the most English word you've ever said.
83.
Next thing you know, you're going to be saying, what-o? Spiffing is a very posh word, Henry.
It is very posh, I know.
140.
Jolly well, chap. Let's move on.
Yeah, that's what the Kenyans want to do. Didn't play particularly well against the Welsh in game number
59.
9. Only had 4 darts at a double and was still relying on Peter Wachuri. But they did beat the Northern Irish in game 6. But the thing that worries me is
82.
the output. Sometimes the numbers don't tell the story, but today the numbers are telling the story for the Kenyans. They are getting slightly better as the day goes on.
45.
But they still haven't breached 80.
$25.
Don't need me to tell you that wasn't the best of visits there, and it is pounceable if Vachuri can pile in a max.
121.
I've got a question for you in the next leg. Something's just occurred to me. I think there's something we need to speak about. To maybe think about.
133.
To maybe nail down. Let's see if Scotland can take that 1-0 lead that, from the position they've been in this leg, they should take.
95.
But it's by
Scotland
no
requires
means assured.
66.
Now that Kenya are on a 2-darter as well. Well, this is what Jim's game is all about. Tops.
Game
Yeah,
shot
that's beautiful.
in the first leg to Scotland.
That's better than tidy. Here's my question.
Second leg, it's Kenya
Who's
to
the
throw
best player
first.
in
Game
Africa
on.
right now?
Cameron Kewallison.
And yet he's not in the South Africa team.
World Cup qualifiers.
93.
Why do you think I asked you? Because we said we think that Cameron is the best player in Africa, but he's not even playing for his country in the World Cup.
57.
That makes you think, doesn't it?
A no South African team this time around the international pairs. We did have one last time. Cameron did play with Devon, didn't he? Or was it Johan Geldenhuys?
Carl Gabriel.
That was it.
99.
Yeah, Johan Geldenhuys, the man with the biggest forearm since Popeye.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in a rugby scrum
60.
with Johan.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to arm wrestle the guy either.
$26.
Yeah, some big hands there, but I think everybody's hands are big in comparison to mine.
Now, Scotland
68.
have the biggest hand because they have the experience. They have the know-how. We're talking about two people who have won on this stage. But are they using it in this game? Maybe
95.
by the smallest increment. It's easy for us to sit here and say that things should be better. But you've referenced the fact that Jim is not
60.
at his sharpest right now, but by the end of the week he might. How many people have had a slow start to a week, but by the end they've been the best player? That's what McEwen could achieve.
123.
No point peaking on Tuesday if you're not going to put it to effect on
134.
Saturday.
Kenya requires 65.
So this full level game. Tops.
Game shot in the
Another
second
pop
leg
pop
to
from
Kenya.
Vachuri. He's churning these out.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Can
Game
you
on.
imagine having a game of 1-2-1 with Peter Wachuri? You'd go so far into that game because for everybody watching this, they might not know the game of 1-2-1. It's where you've got to
85.
accomplish a 3-figure checkout in either 6 or 9 darts. It's premeditated. Some people say 6, some people say 9. But if you're on 121, which is
55.
the starting point, by the way, let's say you leave him 65 and he takes it out in 2, you progress to 122 the next shot. I can imagine him being very good at that game because his strength is 2 dart finishes.
60.
And he even gave us a little blow with a kiss to the camera as well.
Has he damaged the wire of the treble 20?
80.
Yeah, there's a little... If you look to the left-hand side of that treble 20 bed, right to the very top, looks like there's a little bit of a sharp dink. Now that...
He might have damaged the wire so much he might have cracked it.
Yeah, that's going to have to be changed if it is, because of player safety. Because if you catch that, you're going to draw blood.
60.
Yeah, I think that needs to be recognised by Scott Campbell. He took those darts out like there's no damage, but from what we can see,
60.
looks like Peter is taking a chainsaw to the treble, not his darts.
Yeah, it's just the smallest little crack, but it's a crack enough which could cause a bit of distress if you catch it in the wrong place.
100.
There's always something happening around this guy, isn't there?
He just guarantees entertainment, doesn't he?
36.
Just guarantees drama.
I wouldn't mind seeing that in a replay. Because the noise it made when it bounced out.
180.
Well, it's either a damaged wire or it's a strand of sisal that is hanging over the wire. It might not be as bad as we thought.
55.
Let's face it, those wires are made of steel.
Scotland requires 16.
Well, this Scotland team are made of granite, and they're looking to open up a 2-1 lead.
Game
Double 8
shot on the
found for
third
Jim
leg to
McEwen
Scotland.
to do exactly that.
Fourth leg, it's Kenya to throw first.
There's been a question
Game on.
hanging in the air. It's just like the song. Oh Jimmy Mac, when are you coming back? And Jimmy Mac is on the oche. And he's just found a 16 darter with his pal.
21.
That would have to be his walk-on song, by the way. He couldn't possibly have anything else.
What did he walk onto at Lakeside?
43.
I don't remember, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was some sort of techno number. I don't know what it is about. People of a certain age also walking onto techno numbers. I think Alan Suter's just the same. Well, Mickey Mansell's like that.
100.
Well, if you are from Scotland, there's only so many Proclaimers hits you can walk out to.
He walked on to Bay City Rollers, Shangalang.
Oh, good song.
180.
Okay, forget what I said. Just keep what you've got, Jim. That's brilliant. Absolutely love it.
And if
61.
Kenya aren't careful, they might be saying bye-bye, baby, to this game.
Yeah, there's going to be no SATURDAY. How do you know so much about the Bay City Rollers? They were in the 1970s. You weren't born till a generation later. That's good from
100.
Wachuri, but not good enough, you feel. This is a position that McEwen is very comfortable with. Keeping it straight, looking to leave tops. Look at the disappointment on his face. The fact that he hasn't.
140.
They're just beginning to get their teeth stuck into this now, the Scottish pair, aren't they? Really fancying the job. They've got Kenya exactly where they want them. Break here, they're on the
80.
ropes, and they'd have the darts
Scotland
in the next
require
Scotland to win the
80.
contest 4-1. awkward. Has to float it.
Yeah, he's got to lob this one over the top. If it hits the flight, it's under-delivered.
45.
You can see what he was trying to do, but the execution was way off.
I think if you're going to miss that tops, you're better off missing it high because of who you're playing with. He can't, can he? He's been so reliable today. That was a good attempt.
85.
Did spend a bit of time thinking about that second
Scotland
dart,
require
though.
35.
But that's the way he does things.
To break the Kenyans, and they hope to break the back of this game, Team Scotland.
Game shot on the
And that
fourth
break
leg
is
to
accrued. They have a
Scotland.
3-1 lead to the Scottish pair of Jim McEwen and Scott Campbell, and they have the darts in their hand to
Fifth
win
leg,
this
it's Scotland
4-1.
to
And look at
throw
Ritchie
first.
there in the background.
Game on.
David's shoulders were just beginning to slump a little bit, but excellent teamwork there from Peter Ritchie, trying to get him up again, trying to make him feel good again.
$41. $42.
Play team darts long enough, you will need that at some point. It could even be just local darts wherever you're from. You might be playing a 4-person knockout or a 6-person team game.
97.
And you need your pals, you need your teammates to just say, it's going to be okay. Just stick at it. Some people are
43.
almost predisposed captains in their own right. Peter's obviously okay with taking the weight here. And we know that Campbell, the current Scotland captain, he's all right with stuff like that.
45.
Quite literally the Scotland captain, Scott Campbell, in the WDF system. Skipper then to the British Home Internationals title
100.
at Penny Darren Social Club in Merthyr Tydfil at the weekend. And I tell you what, it was quite the occasion. I saw some video clips of the winning darts going in last night. They partied.
140.
This has to be a full boat. It had the approval of McEwen
135.
in the background, but I don't think that's enough. 6 darts from here to get 2 precious points for Scotland. This could work out really well. Oh, it's
138.
Sublime from Campbell. I question where he was going with the first dart, but that's worked out so perfectly.
And that should surely be curtains for this
76.
contest.
Scotland require 40.
Jim McEwen steps up for double top to win this game by a 4-1 scoreline. Down for double 10.
50.
The 3 opportunities to win this game have come
Sorry,
to
that's
pass.
30.
Why was McEwen looking at the scoreboard after
Can
his
you
first
require
dart? He knew he had 20 left.
105?
It doesn't matter what his opponents have got. Just hit the double 10 and move on. Maybe slightly distracted by the fact that Wachuri has missed the 2 double tops, but has left 32 just in case,
73.
because double 5 is no gimme.
Scotland require 10.
Scott Campbell has history on this double and not very good history. Missed a number of those doubles to go 3-1 up against Jensen Walker in the Champions League semi-final.
No
And he's
score.
unable to find that, nor double 1.
Kenya require
And this is an
32.
opportunity for Team Kenya. I don't think many people expected when Scott Campbell set McEwen up for tops. But can David Munya take it?
Game
Yes, he
shot
can.
on the fifth
Back on
leg
throw,
to Kenya.
back to 3-2. Look at the smile on Peter's face. And look at the
leg, it's
pat on the
Kenya to
back.
throw
I
first.
love that. I
Game on.
so love that.
He's not taking his eyes off his teammate right now. Throwing him back into bat. A lot of people think that Peter is a very inspirational individual. I think we're
77.
starting to understand different levels of it.
It's like that song, isn't it? That last leg was too good to be true. Peter, can't take my eyes off of
43.
you. Frankie Valli, wasn't it?
I'll take your word for that.
95.
We actually grabbed a word with David Munya very recently and put on our social feeds some quick fire questions with him. Get yourself on X, Instagram, or TikTok and check that out.
38.
He's a Chelsea fan, you know. I don't think he was before he came to the World Championship, though. It's amazing what happens when someone gives you VIP tickets.
41.
Oh, I think I'll support this team instead.
Very easy to learn their songs.
Yeah, they're not having the easiest time of it right now, Chelsea.
39.
Yeah, Neil Duff, actually, Team Northern Ireland's Neil Duff, is actually going to the Amex tonight to watch Brighton against Chelsea.
Yeah, it's not too far away. It's only about an hour by train.
100.
Yeah, Farmer, isn't it?
The Scotland team could be mistaken for the Brighton and Hove Albion defence with their shirts on like this.
100.
Brighton and Hove Albion, who are known as the Seagulls, play in blue and white just like that.
44.
Yeah, but the Kenyans in all white today, they're looking more like Spurs. And unfortunately, the way they're playing, they're going to be going down into Group C.
81. Kenya require 144.
Ouch. 6 of them here. For the 144 for Peter Achuri. Oh, this would be an absolute stunner, an absolute perler,
Game
an absolute
shot and the
blockbuster
sixth
for
leg
Peter
to
Achuri.
Kenya.
His combination finishing has been world class today. And that
Seventh and
144,
final leg.
the
It's
best
Scotland
of the
to throw
lot.
first.
And what a
Game
spirited
on.
comeback this has been from Kenya. From 3-1 down, they're back level.
See what happens when you compare someone to Tottenham. They fight back. This is a game that Scotland should have won already.
95.
They had 2 visits to win it. They couldn't bank it. And if Kenya win this game by 4 legs to 3, it's because of
96.
both players. Because they've both hit crucial doubles. And as for Group C for the Kenyans, scratch that. Because if they win this, they're on the same points as Ireland and Wales.
60.
And Scotland.
And it puts us in a situation where this group could be wrapped up by the end of the next game, because if Kenya win this and Northern Ireland win the next... Sorry, I'll get that right. If Kenya win this and Belgium win the next against Northern Ireland, I know what I was saying, just didn't execute it properly. This is pretty much a done deal.
Famous last words.
$96.
Scotland have got to find a way out of this. Otherwise, they're in a bit of a scrap to stay in the top 3.
128.
That is a perfect first start. This has got to be at least 2 trebles.
100.
They want to finish, but Achuri finds something decent here, i.e. 2 trebles. Kenya are favourites. Now he's going to have to find 2 trebles just to keep head above water, and all the hard work that they've done
25.
has gone
Scotland
awry.
require 150.
He knows what he did wrong. He's acknowledged it. But now that Scotland are not eating into that 150
46.
that much, this is a big scoring visit for Munya. Now you've got to be careful. You can't use the ball to get yourself out of jail. You've got to get a treble.
11.
Hard to get back in the contest. They'll be disappointed with the way it's ended. Can McEwen finish off with a ton topper? Double 16.
88.
What's he doing going for double 16? Maybe, and this is a stretch, he's going for double 16. Just in case he misses, he's giving
55.
Campbell something he likes.
Scotland requires
And he doesn't want to
16.
repeat the process of misses from the previous leg.
His 2-8's good for Campbell.
Game,
Yes, it
shot.
is.
And the match.
And that's a 4-3
Scotland.
win for Scotland against Kenya. Well, that was a topsy-turvy game. Scotland led 3-1. Kenya, courtesy of a couple of decent checks in the 1-4-4 Venturi, took us all the way to a last leg decider, but Scotland able to hold their nerve just as Kenya crumbled towards the line. So 4 more games to go, and if Wales get the better of Northern Ireland, then there's a possibility that they can get themselves back in the mix ahead of Belgium's game against Kenya in match 13. Game 12 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a meeting between Northern Ireland and Wales. Before the break, we saw Scotland get the better of Team Kenya by 4 legs to 3. 4 more matches to go on this Tuesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, here on Pluto TV, on your smart TV, your smart device. And if you are on the go today, you can download the Pluto TV app. It's free to download. It's free to watch on the Apple App Store or Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. And you can take the darts on the move with you. Whether you've got to go shopping this afternoon, or you've got to go and walk the dog, or as long as it's safe and legal to do so, you can take the Pluto TV app with you and take the darts
First leg,
with you.
it's Northern Ireland to throw
Any
first.
which way you go.
Game on.
It's Northern Ireland to get us underway, and it's the captain, Neil Duff, to get us started.
45.
First things first, which equipment is Neil deciding to use? It looks like the ones that he's used apart from one game. So I think he's got the message
60.
that these work better than the others.
He tried, it didn't work, he's moved on.
But Richard McKee
60.
has stayed with the change. He had these for the majority of yesterday and has returned to them.
125.
But Wales will be looking for back-to-back victories here after what was a very good display against Kenya.
85.
They've statistically played better than that game against Kenya, but that looked like the
58.
most polished display overall because the doubles 4 out of 5. A bit more of that, if you please.
$95.
But you've been starting to score properly as well.
Mainly because he's starting to kick his back leg a bit more.
Yeah, keep your distance, Neil. You know what goes on here. It's not your first rodeo. I don't care if you like to get to the hockey quickly or
Wales
not.
require 123.
When Richie's in front of you, you give him space.
Or bring shin pads.
That's if the shin pads
83.
go past the thighs.
Well, Burnett looking at tops for a break and looking to kick this Welsh team on.
97. Wales require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first
very
leg
good.
to Wales.
If Wales have a strong ending today too,
Second
there
leg, it's
may
Wales
even
to throw
be a big
first.
push
Game on.
towards the end. And let's face it, international pairs won. Scotland were not in the reckoning to win the group, and they
180.
pulled off the 100-to-1 shot of winning Group A.
140.
Kurt Parry kicks off Max. What has Richie Burnett got? A single one. There goes that sort of excitement.
41.
It's almost as if I should shut up in those scenarios.
Now the Welsh would like to shut up shop. And Richie's having a word with himself in the
60.
background. That or he's speaking to the TV.
Ah, so he's cheated on the speaker with the television.
60. $100.
If Neil walks away with no international pairs title, having made the Champions Night on Saturday, he's going to go back to Switzerland
45.
very disappointed, because I'm sure in his own mind he was thinking, I won at least one of them. He didn't get that elusive series title on Saturday.
59.
He's got 2 more tries to get it by the end of 2026. But international pairs comes around a lot less.
125. Northern Ireland require 142.
This is a man who deals in wins. And so any trip to Portsmouth will be a failure if he doesn't lift a trophy
90.
at some point during it.
Wales require 50.
It's a 2-0. This has been really bright from the well so far. But if they don't find the double 10, they could be
30.
reeled back in and pegged back level.
Northern Ireland require 52.
That's happened too many times to Richard.
Game
But this time he
shot in the
recovers
second
very,
leg.
very well.
Northern Ireland.
He's doing himself
Third
a
leg, it's
disservice
Northern
here. He
Ireland to
should have had
throw
2 darts
first.
at double.
Game on.
And Richie is back at the calisthenics.
Welcome to episode 1 of
96.
Richie Burnett Yoga.
Oh, I'd buy that. He is nearly 60.
40.
He's in pretty good nick for 60.
Well, we were talking about it yesterday. Everything about Richie Burnett does not lend to longevity. In some ways, he defies what is
39.
convention.
I think there's a lot of things we don't know about Richie, you know. You should see the guy swim. Honestly, it's one of the silkiest, smoothest things I've ever
45.
seen in my life. I saw him swimming in a swimming pool in Dusseldorf, Germany. It was like watching a David Attenborough documentary. Serenely
100.
going underwater like a submarine. It was incredible. He was under there for at least 60
56.
seconds.
He also does whale impressions. Should have a look at his TikToks.
54.
Richie Burnett is on TikTok.
Yes. And it is as crazy as you'd imagine it being. I hear on good authority because I don't do TikTok.
140.
Something to check out later. Famous words from an ex-dart player. Something to
100.
check out later.
One
Well,
100.
McKee's got something
Northern
to check
Ireland
out here.
require 112.
Wow, what a dart that is. One of the best he's thrown this week.
Game
That is the
shot
best
in
finish
third
he's had
leg.
this week,
Northern
bar
Ireland.
none. He's starting to build some confidence, and that is something Neil Duff
Fourth leg
will be
is
very
Wales
happy to
throw
see.
First.
Third
Game
top
on.
plus checkout of the day for Northern Ireland. A 151 and a 160 for Neil Duff. The 112, the first for Richard McKee.
140.
This has been a quietly fun contest.
140.
I'm not sure the Welsh would agree right now. At 1-0 up,
59.
everything was fine. Things have changed.
$60.
Northern Ireland's remaining fixture is against the Republic of Ireland.
162.
162 leads to 140. I've seen this a few times over the last 10 years.
134.
Most
Wales
famously
require 140.
At the World Championship in 2018. But if you go that way, that's the Peter Wright route from 2020.
Ah, the Noel Malik Dem game.
92. Northern Ireland require
One of the most important games that Peter Wright has ever played. And who did Peter Wright play in
30.
his World Championship debut back in
Wales require
1995?
48.
2-2 and Wales get a 14 darter. And
Wales.
to answer the question, that would be the man who's just given a thumbs up to Kurt Parry.
Fifth leg is Northern Ireland to throw
95.
first. Game on.
Just digest that for a second. What were you doing in the early part of 1995? Richie Burnett was winning the only
140.
world title of his career. And if you'd said to him when he won that trophy, this is going to be the only one you ever
97.
win, he would have said something to you that can't be broadcast. He would make more world finals after that, including a world match
77.
play final, but that would be it.
And there was a genuine argument at the time that Richie Burnett was the best player in the world by any code.
He was.
140.
He was the best player in the world in 1995. He was better than Priestley. He was better than Taylor. He was better than Barneveld. He was better than Beaton. He was better than everyone.
90.
By the way, I'm glad you didn't look at me when you said, what were you doing in early 1995?
You weren't even thought of.
140.
Richard McKay's starting to play some proper darts here.
94.
This is really nice to
Wales
watch.
require 124.
1-2-4 for Burnett. Can't be done now. And so Duff and McKee back for a
40.
ton to lead
Northern
this game
Ireland require
3-2.
100.
Just a slight deviation there. I don't know what happened there, but it looked like it was about to release and then just taken off kilter a bit.
80. Wales
It's a very
require
quiet
84.
room. Even the tiniest little distraction can have a big effect. As Kirk goes for the ball,
59.
it
Northern
falls
Ireland
in the
require
lap
20.
of McKee again.
But has he got the secret?
15.
Turns out in this leg he's not the real McCoy.
Wales require 25.
Two hits. Oh my, what does he need to find this double eight? He needs to call Jensen Walker, who's found a double eight from this angle before. That's
Game
astonishing.
Shot and the
What
fifth
a
leg
shot.
to Wales.
Why call the interceptor when you could do it yourself? Burnett breaks 3-2 Wales.
That is so clean as well.
Sixth leg, it's Wales to throw
I
first.
don't know what's just happening on the stage.
Game on.
We don't even need the audio to laugh at Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry. That has
42.
genuinely put his teammate off the first visit of the next leg.
I get the sense there's 3 players that found the funny side of it, but Neil Duff, who's there with just one job, and that's business.
125.
Oh, look at that. Everybody else is in recovery mode. And Neil Duff is hitting a 125.
140.
I don't think there's ever been a dart
94.
player in the last 50, 60 years who has thrown a dart and simultaneously done a one-legged Russian deadlift.
135.
That's Richie Burnett.
He is a one-man enigma.
140.
But Neil Duff wants to brush aside the farcicality of the last few minutes and bring a bit of practicality to proceedings and looking to draw Northern Ireland back
36.
level. That
Northern Ireland require
is far from
142.
ideal. Yes, they want to finish, but Northern Ireland may feel like they've got 6 of them. They may only need 3. They may only need the 3. It's double top for
Game
142.
shot and the 6th leg.
And that's the
Northern
second
Ireland.
big one that Richard McKee has landed.
7th and final leg. It's Northern Ireland to throw first.
What a great game
on.
of darts this has turned out to be. Nobody's laughing anymore.
60.
Someone's going to be devastated at the end of this leg.
Well, there was a call to answer Richard McKee, and he has answered it tremendously.
100.
He's stepped up in this game. 2 big shots, the 112, the 142.
85.
There's an argument to say the 112 was better.
Because of the pressure under it.
The pressure and the difficulty of the second dart.
81.
And as the pressure lifts, you see the Burnett reaction to the third dart become more animated. It's a nervous thing. It's a pressure thing.
85.
That's why it happens. We've barely spoken about
100.
Kurt Parry in this game because he's not the person who brandishes himself around the stage because his partner does.
57.
He just lets Richie Burnett be Richie Burnett, and he'll just pick whatever pieces up he has to. But by letting Richie be Richie, you
100.
allow the Maverick to come to the board because the good stuff will be world class.
Oh, he gave that every chance to be more
Wales
than 100.
require 120.
Still only 6 points between them. At the end, it could still
60.
be McKee
Northern
the
Ireland
hero.
require 114.
For a third ton plus checkout in the game.
Snatches it low.
39.
And so Richie Burnett comes back
Wales
to win it.
require 60.
Should get 2 at tops. And he's got an open target to aim at. Even more open on the double 10.
50.
But neither that or the target before was found. He thought it was in.
Northern
He thought
Ireland
he had it,
requires
was his.
75.
To quote the late, great Tony Green.
Oh no. 72. 36. And he's missed the
57.
double 18 by the same margin that Richie Burnett missed the double 10.
Wales require 10.
Incredible drama and tension.
Game. Shot.
But it's Kurt
And
Parry
the
who
match
keeps his
to
cool.
Wales.
And that's a win for Wales, which keeps them in the mix in terms of qualifying through to Saturday night's final. And for Northern Ireland, a wretched day continues. They need to find something and something quickly. It was a better performance. And Richard McKee really stepped up to the plate with those 2 ton plus checkouts. But Wales keeping themselves in the equation. But next up, we're going to see Belgium take on Kenya.
Welcome back to International Pairs 3, and this is what we have right now because Belgium are having a flawless day. They've won 4 out of 4, and they still have a chance of getting 2 more points before the end of their moving day, which has been very, very good so far. Wales and Scotland will take part in our final match of Tuesday, and they'll be looking to be the closest competitor to the Belgians by the end. Ireland, Kenya, and Northern Ireland have a bit of chasing to do. But with 1 round left to play, let's see what kind of lead the Belgians can establish before the Scots and the Welsh try to get closer. So if they win this contest, their provisional lead is 6 points at the top. But because second and third play each other in game number 15, that lead will be cut come what may. Worst case scenario, they are going to lead overnight by 2 points. But I don't think they're going to be happy with that. If they don't win this game against Kenya, they will be very disappointed. And, curiously, be 2-0 down in the Kenya-Belgium head-to-head for the week.
First leg,
So
it's
is
Kenya
this a
to
case
throw
of revenge
first.
for Belgium?
Game on.
Or will Kenya continue to impress somewhat sporadically?
The problem they have, Team Kenya, is they've been able at times to get away with, as you say, being
100.
sporadic in terms of their good stuff. But they're going to win this game. They're going to have to be at it from the off and then stay at it until the very end. They cannot afford any kind of drop
59.
off, any kind of dip in performance, because if they do so, the Belgians will have them.
That makes sense to me.
100.
We've seen bright sparks from Roman today. We've seen bright sparks from Bartons. We've seen a little bit of this and that from the Kenyans, but we have seen some
45.
bright sparks from Wachuri. It's been Munya who's been struggling the most of the 4. But he's had a couple of critical doubles.
84.
Really has. But the one thing that's let him down today is he hasn't backed up the decent scoring from his partner. That's where he's been
59.
lacking. That needs to show up at some point over the next few days.
Hasn't let his head drop, David. Actually just passed him through the corridor in
100.
between matches, and he's still got that smile on his face, very much enjoying it out there. And yes, it's been a bit of a challenge at times, but I think this is
100.
part of the process for both of these players. And they've had a very strong start to this game. They're not going to find the 117, but they have got time and space to
59.
hang on to their throw in the opener.
Believe it or not, missing the treble there
40.
from Munya has actually done
Kenya require
Wachuri a favour.
58.
Because he's on tops and not double 9.
38.
And for the first time in a while that I can remember, Wachuri has missed a small combination.
Yeah, he's been Mostardo on his doubles all day, Peter Wachuri, particularly the combination
85.
finishing.
Kenya
One
require
for 4 in
20.
the previous defeat to Scotland, but the responsibility falls on David Munya to
Game
find
shot
double
in the
10.
first leg
And he's up to
to
the
Kenya.
task. And Kenya draw first blood in this contest.
What have the Kenyans got on the Belgians
Second
then?
leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
People getting a lead against Belgium today, that hasn't been happening.
100.
So you might think that playing the first game in round 5 means you're a little bit jaded.
92.
But this fixture was the first game yesterday. That's why it's fair. Because you're playing 2 games
57.
against the same opponent but at different time slots. As for tomorrow, that's just a bit of a hodgepodge. You look confused by the phrasing of hodgepodge.
95.
Please explain.
Bit of a mess of things. Must be a northern phrasing.
60.
Yeah, I think that's one of those dialect
55.
phrasings here in the UK that we'd have to explain to the rest of the world. It's a myriad of different things.
100.
And that's what you got to do in this sport. Nothing's going to be the same every leg. You don't see people hitting back-to-back 9 darters.
140.
Very rarely do you see people hitting back-to-back 10s. I said rarely, because it has happened at the World Championship before. Florian Hempel did it.
Dimitri van den Berg, wasn't it?
60.
Certainly was.
Can you require 119?
So 119 here for 2-0 leads. This really would upset the apple cart, and they're going to get a dart. And that dart's going to be at the ball. It wasn't
94.
far away. That was on line, on length,
Belgium
just a bit
require
too high.
124.
There's no dart at the bullseye
92.
for Brian. And
Can you
if Uchuri
require
does convert
25?
this, they're halfway to victory. They're sitting on 6 points in the table, and where's that gone? Wow, wow, wow. 88 for a weird one. You just
Game
knew it was
shot
going to
of the
land.
second leg.
Oh,
To
now
Kenya.
that's salt in the wound.
But he's got form for this. When he played on
Third leg,
debut
it's
here,
Kenya
he
to
had a
throw
checkout where he
first.
hit 3
Game
doubles.
on.
If Brian Roman was on commentary right now, he'd be saying this line. That's weird, even for me.
He doesn't look too happy in the background, does he?
140.
The Kenyans have shown up. Averaging mid-80s, and the Belgians are still in the blocks.
However, we should mention that as much as Belgium have won 4 matches, the last couple of performances haven't been
100.
anything to write home about. Averages are 77 and 78 in their last couple. 4 from 13, 4 from 15. They're doubling stats against the 2 Irish nations, respectively.
180.
They're showing up. They are showing up.
I love that from Munya. He's giving him the old fist bump, and he's not even looking. He's just doing it blind. Their synchronicity right now is almost telepathic.
And Belgium just beginning to crack. If I'm Team Kenya,
58.
get this done ASAP because you've got your opponents exactly where you want them. They look almost resignatory
100.
right now.
Can you require 123?
Picked up the 57. Doesn't have to go for the ball here.
I think he
83.
changed his mind in the middle of that dart. He looked like he was staring at the ball, then said, oh, actually, no, I'll go for the 10.
57. Can you require
3-0.
40?
And they've got 6 on this point as well.
Game shot.
13
and the third
darter.
leg
And
to
look
Kenya.
at that. He's not had the best day, David Munya, but he's finding something towards the
Fourth
line,
leg
and full
is
credit
Belgium
to him
throw
for that.
First.
He certainly
Game
is.
on.
This is the kind of performance that would worry anybody in this group.
60.
Look, let's get this right. There hasn't been a plethora of averages of a 9 at the start of it in this Group A.
Not necessarily, and we haven't had any nils in a scoreline.
57.
It would be somewhat strange if Kenya were to take out the Belgians to 0, considering they're at different ends of the table.
180.
Looks like the Belgians have had enough of that talk.
100.
Who
100.
knows what the Belgians could do next? They could bring it back to 3-3, and then we could have more drama.
125. Belgium
Shame there's not
require
10 games today because
161.
Munya's only just starting to play properly.
Slow to
57.
start. But if they can pick up 2 points here, they move on to 8 overnight. results go their way, there may just be a couple of points off a Group B spot going into Wednesday's
83.
proceedings.
Belgium
But there's
require
one back.
104.
And then they ask the question of Kenya on throw in the next. 2 trials. And that would have been
92.
really classy considering the position they've been
Can
in.
you require
Should really have gone back to the
136.
original Oki position. He was throwing from a greater distance from where he was. Shots on. Oh, what? Oh, that would have been
96.
ridiculous. And look how devastated he is. That would have been
Belgium
so
require
impressive
12.
to get the first 4-0.
Double free.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
and the fourth
such a
leg
big
to
dart for
Belgium.
Brian Roman. I cannot tell you how good that was. And
Fifth
what
leg, it's
worries me
Kenya
a
to
little
throw
bit from a
first.
Kenya perspective
Game
is,
on.
has David Munya, by going double-double there, just rattled the hornet's nest, rattled Brian Roman a little bit?
I don't know about that. I think he was doing the right thing. Seen lots of people do that. I think what Wachuri's
68.
just done was very impressive because Munya at the back of the stage was too busy wallowing on the missed match dart, and Wachuri just sent him
58.
a signal as if to say, we've still got a match to play, come on, switch on.
$96.
Some people here today have experienced Peter up close. People like Scott Campbell.
57.
They've seen him for days, and they can see what he can do. This Belgian pair might be slightly ignorant to what he can do.
125.
And the problem they've got is now it is a two-pronged attack because David Manure is hitting bigger than he has at any point today.
140.
Needed that just to stay competitive in this leg. But Churi has a set-up turn to get this done 4-1.
$45.
Bare minimum. And that's a little bit more than minimum.
134. Can
They're
you require
eating into this lead.
167?
But they need Munya to miss again. On the ball.
134.
2 darts in 2
Belgium require
consecutive legs to wrap
112.
it up in some style. And just like the previous leg, Barton's looking at a ton topper. It was a 104. He missed the double for last time and able to get there
67.
on the 112.
Kenya require 33.
33 for the match. Peter Wachuri stepping up for Team Kenya. He has been superb today. His finishing has been a standout. And the Belgians, who have been previously unbeaten today, are going to get a couple of darts against them to finally be dethroned. And it's the
Game,
Kenyan
shot,
king that
and the
does the
match
job.
To Kenya.
It's a 4-1 win for Team Kenya, and they do the Belgian double. And for Messrs. Roman and Bartons, it will not be a clean sheet. And that nearly sent David Munya tumbling off the stage. Careful, lads. What a performance that was from Team Kenya. Average in excess of 90. Really good doubling, 4 from 9. And so 2 more games to go. And it is the Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland derby coming up after the break. So here we go into our final couple of games of the day here on this Tuesday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is the All-Ireland clash as the Republic take on Northern Ireland. And this is the state of play for Northern Ireland. They're at the bottom of the table. They haven't won a game all day. Remember, this time yesterday, they had a game to move on to 8 points on top of the table overnight. But now, languished at the foot of the table. Have had to win all day against a buoyant Republic of Ireland duo of Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, who, okay, the points total is still the same as yesterday, 4 to their name, but it's felt like it's been a bit more synchronicity between the pair.
First leg, it's
and in
Ireland to throw
particular,
first.
seems to be an uppage
Game
in
on.
level from Conor Heenahan. However, a change in the batting. John O'Shea on serve for the Republic of Ireland to kick this game off against their
57.
rivals north of the border.
Is that your first tennis reference of the week? John O'Shea's
32.
on serve. New darts, please.
Well, it was for Neil Duff early on today, but very quickly switched back to Old Faithfuls.
76.
Yeah, this time of day, you just got to push a little bit harder. Because it doesn't come as naturally when you've got 4 games
43.
in the tank. Done and dusted. Doesn't matter whether you've won or lost them. You just got to push through that last furlong.
39.
Speaking to quite a few people over the last 3.5 years since we came here, they always say the last game of the
41.
day is the hardest one. You can get yourself up for game 1 and then you continue by playing game 2 and game 3. Then things start getting a bit harder, but game 5, this is the one where you know it's almost over for the day and you
140.
desperately want to end on a win.
And I think desperate probably is the word for Northern Ireland right now.
95.
Republic of Ireland 6 and 189 to get the opening rubber, to get the opening leg on the board.
97.
Picking off a treble with the last dart there, John O'Shea, to leave Conor Heenahan on a 2-darter when he returns. Duff needs 2 trebles here to leave Northern Ireland on a finish. And so they have got all the time and
45.
space they
Ireland
so
require
want.
92.
Just keep it simple, Conor. Or hit
Game
it.
shot on the first leg.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's
to
simple.
Ireland.
I'd say that was very aggressive.
Second leg, it's Northern Ireland to
I
throw
get the
first.
feeling that Northern
Game
Ireland
on.
might be stirring a little bit after losing to Wales in the last 20 minutes. That was a game that they fought so hard
100.
to stay in, and they were ultimately pipped by 4 legs to 3.
Talk to me about what could happen overnight with Northern Ireland.
98.
When you have a day like they've had, and say they are to lose here against the Republic, what do you do after to try and get the best out of yourself and your teammate going into tomorrow? Do you
128.
spend a bit of time with them? Do you spend time apart? What's the right thing to do, do you think?
50% together, 50% apart, and
60.
understand the situation you're in. You would be 8 points from the top spot. It is incredibly unlikely you're going to win the group. I don't say impossible because we have
125.
seen the borderline impossible from Scotland in international pairs 1. But understand that tomorrow is a free hit.
140.
Be
Northern
okay
Ireland
with
require
Group C.
148.
But be okay with turning up and causing trouble for others. It's a very good way of just taking the pressure off.
56.
And in the case of McKee, that's probably more important because he's less experienced here than Neil Duff is. Don't put pressure on Day where
133.
the worst case
Northern
scenario is
Ireland require
probably going to
92.
happen.
O'Shea back for 70 for 2-0.
Ireland require 70.
Hino won the first leg. O'Shea
38.
unable to win the second.
Northern Ireland require
Disappointed
40.
as well. Very close. Oh, double 15.
Game
Oh, it's a
shot
good
on the
recovery
second
from
leg.
Richard. It's not the
Northern
first time
Ireland.
he's hit double 5 going for tops today. But this time he had an extra dart to use.
Third leg, it's Ireland
He's getting
to throw
better as the day
first.
goes along, and I just
Game
get
on.
the sense that the shackles are off a little bit. I just got a feeling that at times on day one and maybe at the beginning of today, that Richard was maybe trying a little bit
100.
too hard. Knowing that his teammate is a former world champion and international's been at the highest level for a number of years and he's relatively inexperienced.
140.
I wouldn't say he was quite so from imposter syndrome, but I think he was trying too hard to not let him down. Where now I think he's just playing a little bit more freely, and as a result, we're just seeing him begin to
84.
blossom a little bit.
That's an interesting dynamic. Because if you think about situations along the way, who should
81.
shoulder the pressure? Quite a few times this week we've used my experience of getting to the World Cup final in 2012.
60.
But if you think about that timing, I was the major champion and Simon wasn't. He wouldn't win the Europeans for another 6 months. Maybe a little bit longer than that.
140.
But he was the higher ranked player. So in that regard, there's got to be some sort of symbiosis between the two players of
60.
shared
Northern Ireland
responsibility.
140. $100.
Really good ton. Northern Ireland just beginning to turn the screw a little bit here, and the Republic have to be careful as a consequence.
100.
Leave themselves on a
Northern
2
Ireland
darter,
require
but Duff
40.
looking at tops. When he's in form, this is leg over.
Game
And it is leg
shot
over.
and the
40
third
dart
leg,
break
Northern
back.
Ireland.
Northern Ireland lead 2-1.
Have you ever looked at where
Fourth
Neil
leg is
throws
Northern
from
Ireland
on the
to throw
hockey from
first.
behind?
Game on.
The amount of board that he exposes. I mean, he's the ideal person to watch on a Saturday night if you're in the audience because you can
46.
see all of the board. He's not blocking any of it.
Yeah, if you're looking at the board, don't come to watch Jimmy Van Ski.
57.
Well, actually, you can't watch him anymore.
It's all about where Neil stands because he's probably about 2 feet to the left. From an eye dominance perspective, it shouldn't
58.
work, but it does. And it might be about something you remember from school called refraction. Because of light
135.
traveling through certain things like water or glass, because he's wearing glasses. He might need to be further over for things to look straight to him.
85.
Is this where I tell you I failed GCSE science?
99.
Oh, that's a great
100.
last dart. Gets them back on pretty much level terms. Ireland feel like they're
55.
stretching at the minute. It's always a key leg, isn't it? Leg number 4 when it's 2 on either way.
100.
Someone is about to
Ireland
get a
require
2-0 or 2-leg
155.
advantage. Or it will be as you were. McKee's already had a 112 today. It was his first ton plus check out of the day.
139.
And there's no better
Northern
time like
Ireland
the present to
require
get another.
112.
Well, it's not going to be a case of rinse and repeat this time, and Conor Heenahan returns to his
38.
trusty double 8.
Ireland requires 16.
Is this game going to be Desmond? Difficult angle.
No
And
score.
that's gone just high
Northern
into the
Ireland
double
requires
11.
74.
This is a big chance for Neil now. Oh, that's not bad. Double 10.
54. Ireland requires 16.
Well, a gilt-edged chance to move 3-1 up has come and gone for the Northern Irish pair. O'Shea looking at double 8.
Game
O'Shea
shot
getting
in the
double
fourth
8.
leg. To Ireland.
And we're back on terms. Desmond 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Also the favourite scoreline for train enthusiasts.
$100.
I don't think it's just people from Northern Ireland
66.
and Ireland that are wanting their countries to win in this international pairs. What about the expat community? There's an awful lot of Irish and Northern Irish
140.
expats in Australia and in other parts of the world, like the east coast of the United States.
60.
And maybe even the east coast of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Although Nova Scotians probably want to go for Scotland, being
60.
New Scotland.
Yeah, part of the short-lived Scottish Empire that was back in the day. A long, long time ago.
125.
One Nova Scotian right now is having a very good time of it in David Cameron, the winner of the cross-border challenge.
Not to be confused with any former prime ministers.
85.
I think the Canadians can't wait until we've got a dart player called Justin
Ireland require
Trudeau,
116.
so they can just get their own back in that joke.
It's Trudeau.
That's right. Henry Deacon is our lead commentator here this week with a
42.
pocket full of tumbleweeds to boot.
Northern Ireland require 150.
150 for Duff. Triple 18 gets it for another big one. Bends the wire, the double 18. That would have been their 5th ton plus
Ireland
checkout of the day,
requires
Northern
74.
Ireland.
And they've had some big ones. But in the case of this game, this could be big.
Game
Look at
shot
that.
on the fifth leg.
That's what Conor
To
Heenan
Ireland.
is all about. Passion and big
Sixth
moments.
leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
There's players that when they play for their country turn into a different beast, and I
85.
think Conor Heenan's one of them.
I think his brother Martin was the same. Darting brothers.
40.
We're getting a little bit of that this week with the Van Tripe boys, but we haven't had Martin Heenan in this venue, although we did have him
60.
in our previous venue in Southampton.
Yeah, John O'Shea has played pairs with Conor's brother Martin in the past. Yeah, they both played in a qualifier back in COVID times to come over here.
45.
And when the lockdown restrictions lifted, they played in our previous studio in Southampton. I think they both played the same week, didn't they? Conor impressed. He came back. We didn't see Martin again.
36.
Didn't play poorly that week, from what I've been told by some very respected sources.
What one person actually said, I think it was Conor, Martin's a better player than Conor is. Well, considering what Heenan's done on this stage, that's a big
31.
compliment.
But then that's like the conversation that you talk about in regards to Gordon Dobie and Chris Dobie.
Yep, Gordon. Probably the best person I've ever seen at darts who's not been a
41.
pro.
This boy ain't done too bad, though.
He's done very well. Top 10 player in the world. Now 10 times a winner of a Players' Championship. Incredible.
40.
Talking about 10, there was a stat about you and the number 10 that came up in the week. So Ross Smith was the 12th player to be the number 10
57.
seed to make it through to a European Tour final. You were the first ever number 10 seed to play in a Euro Tour final back in 2012.
At the Dutch Darts Masters.
95.
We won't dwell any more light on it, I'll be kind.
$96. Northern Ireland require 154.
Well, they've had a 151, a 160 and a 142 in this game. Oh, sorry, in this day, shall I say, Northern Ireland. But they may not win this game. John O'Shea should get at least
60.
a poke at the
Ireland
bullseye here
require
to win it.
88.
Should is a very strong word. Should he does.
63.
And he shakes the bullseye.
Ireland required, Northern Ireland
Can
required
McKee
94.
do the same, or does he go for the treble? That's a great dart. Double 20.
84.
And he can't get double
Ireland
10 either.
required 25.
So the door is open for the passionate Heenahan to get the win in the derby.
And guess what? It's
Game,
double 8 again.
shot, and the match to Ireland.
Well, it's a rather muted reaction in the end, but the Republic of Ireland get the better of Northern Ireland by 4 legs to 2. For the Republic, they've had a really good day. For Northern Ireland, a day to forget. They've lost all 5 of their games. But for the Republic of Ireland, the defending champions in this competition, they are now handily placed on 10 points in 4th position. Now, we've got one more game to go. It's a meeting between Scotland and Wales. The winner will move on to 12 points, and it'll be 2 points off the league leaders, Belgium, going into tomorrow's action. That's coming up next. Final game of the afternoon here is a meeting between Wales and Scotland, a home nations clash. And before the break in the All-Ireland clash, it was the Republic that beat Northern Ireland by 4 legs to 2. So for Neil Duff and Richard McKee, a pointless day here in Portsmouth. For Wales, I feel like they've gone under the radar a little bit. They had a poor end to yesterday, but they managed to pick up 3 wins. Win this, it's 4 out of 5. And the only team they would have lost to would have been the Belgian pair of Andy Barton and Brian Amann, and there'd be 2 points off of them going into the final day's worth of action in this Group A. Big game this. The winner moves into
First leg,
Belgium, who were
Wales to
beaten
throw
by
first.
Kenya a couple of
Game
matches
on.
ago. And Kurt Parry in particular has been able to really rally this Welsh team together.
42.
Yeah, he seems to have been the glue that has kept everything together today. There's been the odd flash of brilliance from Richie Burnett, that's for sure. He's played some good stuff. Well, like you said, the winner goes to 12 points, only
100.
2 behind Belgium. This is very much not a one-horse race anymore. It could have been, had Belgium not tripped up against Kenya.
83.
But in the last fixture of yesterday, it was that somewhat infamous game between Wales and Belgium, which had that 39 dart leg. Now, I want to touch on that number,
95.
because if you weren't tuning in on Pluto TV yesterday, you saw, well, you wouldn't have seen, a really interesting match.
100.
Second leg of the contest, 39 darts to win the leg. That doesn't happen very often. It was just a weird leg. Then, Belgium would win their next 3 legs in a collective amount of 39 darts.
136.
You might wonder where I'm going with this, because there's one more thing to throw on the fire. There were 39 darts at double in that match.
85.
And that number 39 just kept coming up.
Scotland require 170.
Shouldn't go for this. Interestingly, they also had a 33 darter in there
58.
yesterday, did Team Wales. They won 2 legs and 72 darts. That's like me and Chris Murphy down the dog and duck,
Scotland
that is.
require
I've seen
112.
matches completed in 72 darts. Quite easily.
Many a game here. Good recovery with dart 2. Following the airless
80.
dart 1.
Wales
And
require
so Wales
58.
returning for 58 to take out the opening leg. And it's Richie Burnett who burdens the responsibility.
Game
No
shot in the
mistake.
first leg.
1-0 to Wales.
He's still got it. It's never left him.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Just to
Game
give you
on.
some context, Richie Burnett made his debut for Wales in 1988. Never going to Give You Up by Rick Astley was a year old.
60.
Wimbledon won the FA Cup.
Yeah, that was the year where the first penalty kick was saved in an FA Cup final by Dave
100.
Besant.
Was it Ian Rush who took the penalty?
John Aldridge with his famous stutter.
34.
Yeah, back then, Coventry City, a domestic football team here in the UK, they were in the top flight of English football, and they've recently just been promoted back to that. It's a long
62.
time. And look at that from Richie Burnett. Look at the face of Kurt Parry.
Scott with a bit of a watchful eye there in the background.
If you've never played against Richie Burnett, trust me, it is an experience. And you have to just forget everything he's
41.
doing. He's in his own little bubble. You do your thing, you just let him do his.
60.
I'm amazed that in his career, with all of this
36.
jerkiness, Richie Burnett has not had a serious back injury.
He may have, we just never know.
59.
Knowing him, he probably would have popped it back into place somehow. Well, he was turning off the speaker. Now he's shouting at a light bulb.
140.
Not on television whilst playing darts, mind.
Speak for yourself.
100.
It really does feel like Kurt has been the steady influence on Wales today. And yeah, you say that the team has gone under the radar with winning 3 of their 4 games.
76.
But we have barely referenced Kurt
Wales require
because
120.
too many times his teammate is gaining the headlines for what he's doing.
100. Scotland
Such a
require
good class start.
114.
So McEwen here looking at 114 to square the game up at 1 apiece. Potentially a seismic dart.
74.
Potentially, that could have been a seismic moment. But Kurt
Wales
Parry's going to come
require
back here
20.
looking at double 10 to get the break. And that is a perfect guide. Unable to utilise it. But
Game
finds the
shot
fives.
in the second leg.
Wales 2 up.
To Wales.
Wales in charge.
Third leg, it's Wales to
This
throw
game
first.
is all about getting
Game on.
opportunities. Wales have had 4 darts at double. Scotland have had just the 1. And after 2 legs, that's not enough to lead.
125.
And yet again, without thinking about it, Kurt Parry has started with a 2 treble visit.
96.
Is it really out of the question that Wales could make a 3rd consecutive final? They're on an upward trend. And they may even get the
140.
Thursday and Friday off. Because win this game, they're only 2 behind Belgium.
96.
Problem is, tomorrow they might have to beat the Belgians to win the group. And they haven't done so this week.
58.
They're going to have to. Simple as that. They will have to win that game. Probably have to complete the card to win the group. Such is the stall that the duo of Bartons and a man have set out, particularly today.
99.
Well, Sixham here. Burnett with a set-up turn and trying to leave Parry as handy as possible to open up a 3-leg advantage.
83.
1 treble visits in spots like that are very good. Scott is forced to get 2.
60.
It's very unlikely he was going to
Wales
get 1
require
with that
95.
marker. Or the lack of it. Double 16.
63.
What is really encouraging
Scotland
for Kurt is
require
that if he is missing a double,
150.
he's missing it slightly high.
And so Burnett's going to be back to give Wales clear daylight in this contest.
42.
For 3-0.
Wales require 32. Game
Burnett
shot in the
bags.
3rd leg to Wales.
Wales 3-0 to the good. And a
4th leg,
leg
it's
away
Scotland to throw
from finishing
first.
the day on
Game
12
on.
points. Just a couple behind the Belgian pair. To put themselves right in contention.
Yeah, this has not gone well for the Scots.
97.
This was definitely not on the menu. Days like today, you've got to win more games than you lose.
60. 99. 97.
Be very interesting to see where Wales and Belgium play in the schedule tomorrow.
134.
I'll give you an indication as to how long Richie Burnett's been around. He first played in the Europe Cup for Wales in 1988.
100.
He lost in the singles first round to Mike Gregory, who was in the 1992 World Final against Phil Taylor. Does that give you a little bit of insight into
60.
the experience that he's got? Mike Gregory is no longer with us. So, by virtue of that, surely we've got to treasure Richie. Well, he's still here. And he's going to be here for many years, don't get me wrong. But
Scotland require 100.
next year, he'll be the same age as Eric Bristow when we lost him.
So this, to pull one back. Double top. And the 114 the previous leg, and able to take out the 111 here. And this could be the closer play today.
Wales require 144.
Wales looking to pile the pressure on Belgium. They actually play in the final game of their groups tomorrow, and that could be a pivotal
94.
head-to-head. But back to the
Scotland
present.
require 35.
Double 8. 2 4s to stay in it.
No score.
That could be the end of it.
And it should be.
Wales require
The last
50.
laugh could be had by the Prince of Wales. But not without the scenic route.
$18.
Not meant to be.
Scotland require 35.
So Scotland get one final say of execution. Richie Bennett maybe not too happy in the background. One more.
Game
that's
shot on the
such a
fourth
good
leg
dart of
to
McEwen
Scotland.
to save the match. He finds the double 16, keeps Wales honest, forces
Fifth
them to
leg
serve
is
it
Wales
out.
to throw first. Game on.
I didn't know this until now, Henry. It's one of the things I love about looking at darts history. I'm always really keen to know what Richie's done in his career. There's only so much information that we can grab. A lot of the stuff has been lost over the years. But when he was in the Europe Cup in 1988, it was held in Great Yarmouth
41.
in England. Of all places. He actually lost to the winner of the singles, Mike Gregory, in 1988, who beat Trevor Nurse of Scotland in the final.
41.
And I'm just going to read you some of the names from the quarterfinals. Jockey Wilson, who represented Scotland. Raymond van Barneveld, who represented the Netherlands. Eric Bristow,
60.
who represented England. Magnus Carus of Sweden. And Mike Gregory of England.
125.
World Darts and the Hall of Fame. And Richie was there. He was there.
So who's going to be there when the last dart goes in on Saturday evening?
85.
Wales have twice been the bridesmaids without being able to kiss the trophy.
Which means it would be even sweeter if they were to lift it. And
137.
before Wales won the PDC World Cup, they had to have disappointment first.
So Parry back for 98 to wrap this up for Wales. To wrap up a 4-1 win to
Wales
wrap up their
require
day.
98. 58.
Tell you what, that was not an easy single. It's not an easy tops, but it is clear.
140. Wales
the path
require 40.
Of Richie Bennett. Oh, tops is repelling the darts all of a sudden.
4. Scotland require 42.
This game isn't finished yet.
Game
And it's got at least
shot on
another
the fifth
leg.
leg to Scotland.
I am amazed.
Sixth leg, it's Scotland to throw
And
first.
McEwen missing
Game
tops into the
on.
5, and then Richie Bennett missing it into the 1. It's a strange one to say the least.
It's never over until it's over.
140.
Never to be written off, this Scottish pair.
95.
But if Wales do find a way of losing out from this particular position, this will hurt gravely.
Any loss from 3-0 up is really hard to take.
57.
But at this point, you've got to fancy that Scotland are going to level things up at 3-3. No score of 4-0 in the first 2 days. Does that tell you how competitive this group is? It has to.
And all of a sudden you make a case for Scotland to be favourites to make it 3-3. Particularly
78.
after that last dart. Parry's got to find Saint.
95.
I think there's some tired darts being thrown now. This is where you practice the 20% rule.
140.
However long you practice, if you are someone who does 60 minutes, if you want to get better for tournament play, put in an extra 20%, which in an hour's case is an extra 12 minutes. It could be the difference
50.
between winning and losing.
Scotland require 86.
Plenty of time to take us all the way. Remember, Scotland trailed this game 3-0. And just looking at the body language at the back of the stage, particularly Richie Burnett looks rather deflated, dejected.
60.
It's hard to look at the
Scotland require
positives when
32.
people are bearing down on you.
And Scott Campbell's bearing down on now 88.
Game shot.
He's
and
been
the
good on that
sixth
target
leg
today.
to
And
Scotland.
Scotland do take us the distance.
7th and final leg. It's Wales to throw first.
Just 2
Game
days
on.
ago, Scotland needed a favour from Wales to win the home internationals in Merthyr Tydfil.
60.
Now Scotland are looking to break Welsh hearts.
And put themselves back in the picture. We said when Belgium would take on Wales, well, if Scotland were to win this, they play Belgium out the bat tomorrow. First game of
140.
both teams' days in match number 2. That could have a huge bearing if Scotland were to go on and win this contest.
And look at the scores. You don't need to know anything more.
59.
Scotland have got the darts, they've got the momentum, and they've got their captain at the hockey.
In other words,
81.
they're exactly where they want things. But that's acceptable. But it just
95.
feels like this Welsh team have just ran out of steam.
And Richie's trying to get some steam going in the background here with some squats and some shoulder lifts.
78.
That's what Scotland have been doing in this game for the last 10 minutes. They've been rescuing visits with last dart trebles.
The art of chipping away. Have they chipped away too much at the Welsh?
100.
He's giving it everything, as he always does. It's a lead, but it's only 15 points. Now,
74.
in this moment, if you're Richie Burnett, you're thinking to yourself, just give me a shot. I don't care what it
97.
is.
Scotland
just give me a
require
shot.
128.
He'll be watching through gritted teeth. Well, gritted dentures. Because McEwen's got a dart at the ball to win. And McEwen
103.
grazes the ball for the win from 3-0 down.
Wales require 90.
How about winning it after being 3-0 up by 4 legs to 3?
This would feel so sweet.
60.
But it might be a bittersweet symphony for Wales. Scotland are back to win this game from a position which
Scotland require
it looked
25.
impossible for them to win from. 3-0 down. Completely out the contest. And now Scott Campbell on double eight
Game,
again. He
shot,
doesn't miss that
And
target.
the match to Scotland.
And Scotland somehow won that game. And it is they who are the chief protagonists to the Belgium charge tomorrow. And they take on the pairing of Roman and Barnes at the beginning of the day. They win from 3-0 down, incredibly, 4-3 to round off the day's action.
16 world titles, 4 decades of dominance, the greatest the sport of darts has ever seen. Phil Taylor, the power, a legend. A walk down memory lane. The rivals, the battles, the moments that defined an era. And now, for the first time, watch Phil, watch himself, his greatest moments on screen with the legend alongside them giving his own commentary as it happens. We've never done this before. Saturday the 25th of April at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets just £10. The power through the years. Don't miss it.
And we are powering through International Pairs 3. That's the hors d'oeuvre to the main event on Saturday afternoon as Phil Taylor takes us down memory lane. But as far as today's action is concerned, Team Belgium built on their lead at the top of the table. Could have been more than 2 points if the truth be told. They lost their last game to Team Kenya to complete the card. They're on 14, Scotland on 12, Wales and Ireland both on 10. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has joined myself here in the studio to assess what we've seen this afternoon. Belgium, they looked so good, but will they feel as if it was an opportunity missed in the end?
Yeah, probably. But when you look at the way that Kenya played against them in their 5th game, Kenya were very strong. They were motivated because they wanted to have something to take from their day. They won more than one game, so they've done good stuff to make sure they're not bottom of the table. Northern Ireland would be very disappointed, but then again, disappointment and ecstasy in good measures over the last couple of days.
In particular, what did Belgium do right today?
They were just so cohesive. That's what you've got to have. Trust. They've got someone in Brian who's very assured of leaving finishes for someone who's been taking them out in his partner. So they're just doing a nice shared job. With Kenya earlier on, it was all being taken by Peter Wachuri, and David Munyer was taking game upon game to figure something out. But over the course of the day, what we've seen from Belgium is them sharing the workload.
They shared the workload. Kenya and Peter Wachuri had some amazing moments. That came against Scotland. Now, they've just beaten... they've played Wales in that incredible game. Just some thoughts and reflections on that very quickly.
Wales are going to be devastated. They had darts to win the game comfortably, but it just goes to show in this best-of-7 leg format, you're never safe unless you get the victory.
You never are safe, particularly in this jeopardised format. Nico, thank you very much. We shall do it again tomorrow, where one of these 6 nations here are going to be the first through to the finals of international pairs. It's the Belgians that lead the way going into it, but the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, are going to have their say too. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. In the interim, we've got the Darts Royal Rumble. That's coming up tomorrow, and that is featuring the likes of Devon Peterson, Adrian Lewis, Andreas Harrison in the mix. And then the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series that features Leonard Gates. And then on Thursday and Friday, we'll be splitting play up into Group C and Group B. And there's a lot of North American interest. Team USA, Team Canada, both going to be in action there. And they are all looking to make it through to Saturday night's finals here on Pluto TV, where the Republic of Ireland pair of John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan are looking to become the first pairing to retain the title. Could be 3 different winners. We could see the Netherlands, of course, win it for the second time as well. Well, it's the Belgian boys that are in charge, but the Scottish, well, they're hot on their tail. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A. Take care. Bye-bye for now. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion. And it's double Dutch delight. With an absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be going a match dart again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Well, he got the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.